This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. How's it going, everybody? Graybot 9000. Hey, thanks, Zozo. Oh, there's Blue all by himself. Man, we put these pallets to over where the fence was, where the fence got broken, and Blue, the dogs could get through, but thankfully the other yard had fences, so I had to replace that one. Hey, look at there's Chloe, just in time for the show. Hi, Blue. So it's going to be $2.99 for everybody? There's one. LM, thanks. Thanks, Zozo. All right, so what's the... let's see, hold on. Oh, yeah. So it's Sasmare's birthday. Mary Lou, are you going to sing happy birthday for Sasmare? Oh. Wait, where are you? Hello? Sasmare? I don't know if there's Sasmare. I don't know if it's here.
Hello? You talking to me?
No, I'm saying you got to sing happy birthday for Sasmare.
Oh, okay, yeah. That sounds like a lot of fun. Okay. Happy birthday to Sasmare. Happy birthday to Sasmare. Happy birthday, dear Sasmare. Happy birthday to you.
Wow. You're going to have to do some more deep breathing exercises there, Mary Lou.
Welcome, great welcome.
What? Yeah. Anyway, Sasmare's been around here a long time. So, hey, Dennis, did you hear yours? It was a long one. We had to combine other people. It was a long one. I didn't do that today. I had to do it. I have this little diagram. He showed me how to do it. Thanks, LM. Thank you to Cheyenne R. One Sly Angel. Yeah, the back felt a little bit twingy this morning, but I'm doing these exercises to try to. I go to this therapy thing, and then they give me these sheets, and I just do them by myself. Yeah, even 2 cents. Yeah. The longest you've ever had? What does that mean? Yeah, a lot of crazy stuff in the news today. That's for damn sure. Yeah, so we'll get to It's hard for me to say her first name. It just never really just comes right off the tongue. God, what's going on with my computer? Yeah, so Orsolya Gaal, I guess is how you say it. Or is it Gaal? Gaal? Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah, so we'll do that one later because, that's one we'll probably, get to spend more time on. But I'm going to go through all the rest of them. All right? So just like always, everybody, this night it's no different than the others. If you want to help support the channel to allow me to keep doing these shows every single night, and the charities, we'll actually be doing that here. I'm going to do that first, actually. So if you guys want to help out, that'd be great. So anyways, I'm going to do let me go get this. Oh, there's a couple things. Got a lot of stuff going on here. Yeah, and then you get your name in the drawing for a tumbler or a mug, depending on how things go. Yeah, but check it out for CrimeCon. For my, we're doing a shared booth, So Mean Allegedly, and then we both have our own, the thing that she made, it has both of our channels on the side, plus So Mean in the middle. But look at these things that I made. These are my giveaways. Aren't those awesome? I mean, it's like a pen and a little, like a notebook. And it really didn't cost that much. I thought it was a pretty sweet one, you can take notes. I was actually thinking, man, I could just use these for every case, just fill it out and save it. Yeah, I mean, look at that. That's actually pretty decent. I don't know. Yeah. All right, hold on a second. All right, so we're going to donate $500 to NCMEC for Alyssa Marie Turney. And that's the sister of Sarah Turney that was murdered by, allegedly, which isn't really allegedly, but by their father. All right, so let me let's go do that first. And if you guys would like to help out the channel to be able to, I mean, we do this during the month, but at the end of the month, we do a larger amount. And this month, it'll probably go back into the big chunk into the DNA fund again. All right, here we go. Thanks, Slim Dog. Wait a second, let me get caught up on this. Slim Dog. We've got, nope, that didn't make it. Cheyenne R did. And nope, nobody else. I know, wouldn't it be cool if there was like other people would, so I always feel bad because it seems like it's the same group of people that are always helping out, and they must spend thousands of dollars a year helping support the channel. And it's like, it's interesting because like if they go to Starbucks, they get a coffee, they drink it, and they tip the guy at the coffee. But I do a 3-hour show and they just stare at the screen. It's like that's how it should be on YouTube. Like, you got to help out the channels because there's no ad revenue whatsoever on it. We just literally do the shows hoping that people support the channel. And that's what the channel membership's for, and the super chats, and that's what allows us to do what we do. All right, so here we go. I'm going to do the 500. In this should be in memory of, right? Let's see. I'm just going to have this sent to me, and then I'll send it to her. I'm not sure why it's saying that again. Recipient one. Maybe I'll put the sister's name for that. There we go. I gotta just put this in here. Thanks, Fred. No. I don't know if it does PayPal on this one, but let's see. No. Alright, I gotta do this whole debit card situation. Before yeah. Hey, thanks, Boss and Actress and Cindy Leon.
Cup of coffee and a donut.
There you go. And a donut. Okay, well, here we go.
I've been watching you on hashtag replay at Gray. Thank you for your fantastic casework. Hashtag proud freak.
Well, thank you.
And right here.
Okay, well, here's the right there. The amount went in there, 500 in memory of Alyssa Marie Turney. And let's see if it came into my email yet. So thank you for all the freaks that allow that to happen. And here is a knick-knack one right here. And there it is. 500 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in honor of Alyssa Marie Turney. All right, the sister of Sarah Turney, who's been fighting for justice for her sister for a long time. All right, so let me get these other names up here. We've got Fred, and we've got Cindy Leon, and Boss and Actress. Thank you. All right, so let me clear that. Well, you guys are who make this all happen. You know, that's why every single night it has to be good, so we can keep doing what we're doing. I mean, last month was probably, you know, a ridiculous record that we set with donating 5,000 some odd dollars, but you know, we can do around 4 each month. That'd be pretty sweet. Yeah, you got to send an email, John Charlie. All right, so let's get on to some of these cases. It's crazy. All right, so the first one I'll do is, we've talked about this a million times. Remember the girl that went to my high school, but her body was found like 1970 something, and they just identified her, but they don't know what happened to her. So her name is Sandra Morden, and we covered this right from the get-go. She was a Jane Doe, and finally identified. And apparently the dad, there's one living relative in this article here. Hey, thank you, Jillian. Jillian's book chatter. Oh, by the way, let me give you my first impression on. See, there's just so much going on, like the Johnny Depp shit. That guy's a lunatic. All right, he doesn't talk like that. You know, he's got a freaking, like, he's like stuck in a character somewhere. You know, he's done so many characters and, you know, delved into them. When he's talking, he pulls from all of them, and he has this crazy sort of half Scottish weird accent. You go back and listen to him before, he didn't sound like that. So I don't know what's going on in that situation. I don't want to take the time to give a shit. Nobody would give a damn at all if their names weren't Johnny Depp and whatever the hell her name is. And it's just a really, really boring case. The guy, if you want to watch paint dry, you go ahead and watch that over watching Johnny Depp talk, because it's about just as equally boring. I mean, it is ridiculous. Okay? I don't know what's going on with that guy, but he is he is a lunatic, all right? And so whatever else is going on, that's great. And that's just my opinion, okay? I'm not giving an official medical diagnosis. I think he's a freaking weird, crazy person. He tries to sound like Sean Connery half the time, okay? I mean, it's unbelievable. He's really, like something's mentally wrong with him. Okay. And all right. So, anyways, let me get back to this. So this is Sandra Morden. Let me see if I have it listed in there as her name. I don't think so. No, Sandy Morden. There you go. So it was Fly Creek Jane Doe, and this is what this was back in. Many, many years ago. She was found right here. Somebody just dumped her body probably off this bridge here, drove here, and then took her body and put it out right there. And she lived in, I think she went to this school in 1975-76, the Glazer Middle School. They lived at one point, 1982. Her father lived right there. She went missing, though, in like 1977 or something like that, like 76 or 77. So anyways, it says, when Sandra Morden first disappeared in the 1970s from her father's home in Clark County, Washington, her family never expected that her remains would be found near a creek in Amboy, Washington a few years later, and that she wouldn't be identified until 2019. Okay, so now we get to hear from the only known living relative, which is like, I was wondering, is there anybody out there?
County deputies are searching for Fox 12's most wanted in a cold case murder that has baffled investigators for decades. Sandra Morden was just 15 years old when she was murdered in 1977. Fox 12's Bridget Chavez spoke with her only known relative and shares her plea for help in finding the killer.
Just one relative?
When Sandra Morden first disappeared from Clark County in the 1970s, her family never imagined her remains would be found near Fly Creek in Amboy, Washington a few years later. The Clark County Sheriff's Office says Sandra was just 16 years old when she disappeared from her dad's home.
He came home and she was gone. And so, of course, he called my mom, and my grandmother at the time was still alive also. He called us and the search started.
Leslie Brophy is the only known living relative of Sandra. The two were
So
cousins,
she is
and
saying
at
that
one
he
point,
called
Sandra
them.
came to live with Leslie and her mom.
But they called. Did he call the police though? That's what I want to know.
Tucson, Arizona, when she was about 12 years old.
Death never entered my mind. I never thought, oh, she's dead.
I enjoyed
You know, I
your
mean,
silly comments on law
I just
and crime
I always believed that she was out there somewhere.
Leslie discovered what happened to Sandra in 2019.
Wait, how could you have seen my comments on that site when the comments were zipping by at like Mach 20? I mean, it was ridiculous. It looked like a stock market ticker. I mean, it was just like.
When the Clark County Sheriff's Office was able to identify her remains.
It was really sad on a lot of levels because it was definitely closure, but at the same time, it's
No, you weren't expecting it.
It took the wind out of my sails.
But Leslie is still searching for answers and is hoping that someone will come forward with information that could help find Sandra's killer.
It opened up like a whole new world, literally, a world of why, how, who, and how come, how could it have taken that long? Was it somebody that, you wonder, is it a serial killer? Was it an isolated incident?
Anyone with information about this
And
case
thanks,
is
Mary
asked to
Glaviano,
contact
up
the
there.
Clark County Sheriff's Office. Bridget Chavez, Fox 12 Oregon.
Yeah. So that's the update on that. At least they've got a relative, and they have some information to say. At least she says that the dad actually, because that was one of the things we didn't know, because we'd never heard. I talked to the detective 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago maybe, and she said that they'd never called in a missing person report. But right there, she says that he called them to help search, but I'm not sure what that even means, So, all right. All right, now let's go to the Indiana State Police. The child that's still unidentified. They've got more information now. All right, we got that. And let's see if we can find this location now, because there's some maps and things like that. So, state police say number one goal is to identify a young boy found dead in southern Indiana.
Neighbors are trying to wrap their heads around how a body of a young child was found in a rural area of Washington County over the weekend, and they still don't know who he is.
His body was found inside of a
For the public's
suitcase.
help identifying him. WLKY's Manoj Pangwari reports police say finding out who he is key to solving this case.
And the bag says Las Vegas on it.
For a county of less than 30,000 people, many neighbors say news travels fast.
Pretty much everybody knows everyone or knows someone who knows someone.
But when it comes to the death investigation of a young boy, there's been utter...
Yeah, let's try it. Let's see where that is. Washington. Hold on. Let me. I gotta make a folder for this. Yeah, what did that say? Hold on. Yeah. Washington County, there it is. 801. Well, let's see. Washington. I just want to get in the general area. Washington County Justice Center, 801 Jackson Street. Is that gonna do it? No. Yeah. Come on, Jesus, you guys, just Google Earth, get your shit together. Washington County, maybe get rid of that. Maybe I'm have too many of the word county in there. All right, there we go. So that looked like how they had it there. Looks like that might be the right place.
It comes to the death investigation of a young boy, there's been utter silence.
I'm really confused why there's not more answers than there are.
Because as a mother, Bailey Vincent can't seem to understand how even days later, no one has come forward. According to police, a Washington County man was mushroom hunting when he stumbled across the boy's body in a heavily wooded area around 7:30 p.m. Saturday night. They say the boy is black and between the ages of 5. Washington County man was mushroom hunting when he stumbled across the boy's body in a heavily wooded area around 7:30 p.m. Saturday night.
Just calm down.
They say the boy is black and between the ages of 5 and 8.
Hard to think about a family missing their child and no one has said anything or knows who he is or anything like that.
It's why Indiana State Police Sergeant Carrie Hull says they've checked in with police departments in Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana, as well as...
Yeah, I don't think anybody said, Mama 4, that he shouldn't have the right to defend himself. I just said that he's crazy as... he's a lunatic at this point.
Several area school
Even if you
districts,
think he's cute, he's a
but
lunatic.
still no match for the young boy.
We thought possibly this would be something from the local area as far as the young man's residence. We haven't had any matches or anything to show up that would answer that question. So obviously, this could obviously be a national thing.
And it's the very reason why ISP is releasing a national hotline number, 1-888-437-6432.
We do have our own 800 number here to the post, but it only works within the state of Indiana. This number is a nationwide number that anybody can call and give us information.
Yet another avenue the department is going down to try and get some answers, because the description they keep posting of the boy is not yielding results.
Yeah, that's the right one.
The number one goal at this point in the investigation is to find the identity of this child.
Until then, Vincent says mothers like her in the community will have no choice but to keep their eyes open.
It's too close for comfort. I mean, you would never think something like that around here.
In Washington County, Manoj Kungwari, WLKY News.
An autopsy revealing how the boy died is expected to be released tomorrow. Again, if you know anything about the child, call the hotline set up specifically for this case. It's 1-800-437-6432.
All right. Let's see. We got another one. And there's the suitcase he was found in. Right there. I guess we'll try to figure out where the location is, because there was a map that I saw somewhere. Yeah, there it is. All right, so this one says the body of a young boy that was found Saturday in a wooded area of rural southern Indiana was discovered inside a suitcase, police now say. And, you know, I guarantee if there's people out there zooming in on all this stuff and, you know, go find a sticker or some shit like that. And I don't know. This just looks like that's what the suitcase is. So, did this happen in Las Vegas and they drove all the way over there? We don't know. Apparently the kid died within the last week or so. The body was a young boy that was found Saturday in a wooded area of rural southern Indiana. It was discovered inside a suitcase, police now say. A photo of the suitcase provided by Indiana State Police shows it had distinctive Las Vegas design on its front and the back. Police continue to ask for the public's assistance, hoping someone who recognizes the suitcase will come forward. Police also have now specified the boy was found, and there we go, the 7,000 block of East Holder Road. So let's see if we can get that. And so geez, way out in there. Is that actually the road right here? This, wow. Yeah, that's like the end of a road too. Where's 6,000? Where does that go? No, it's still there. So about 8. So there's 8,000. So it goes 6, 7. 7's probably like right there, I would imagine. No, that goes all the way to here too. Or we already did 7. So that is 8. Well, about 9. So that's where it ends. That's crazy. So 9's there. 8. And then 7 was all the way down here, so... Hey, thanks, Lori Fisher. And that's the real Lori Fisher.
Hello, Grand Freaks.
Oh, and also thank you to Christy Benner and Rod Fogel after the show. You know, somebody sent in a Cash App and also PayPal, or I think it was a super chat right at the end of the show after we'd spun. So thank you. Yeah, and PayPal gets you extra spins. Wait, is this right here? Today? Oh. Well, thank you to Rochelle Black. I gotta get these in here before I don't want to do it all at the end. And then Jennifer Lassiter, thank you. What was that last one? Ding, 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 ding. That also, did she do 2 of those? Jennifer Laster. Alright, I'm just trying to get caught up because at the end of the show it's hard to catch up if you don't get caught up now. Oh, and thank you very much, Paulette Leonard. Thank you. Get your extra spins. And Heidi Christensen, thank you, Gray, for the great job you do and for dealing with all the crazies. Well, thank you. Yeah, it does get kind of crazy out there, I gotta be honest with you. And thank you very much to Lisa Murphy. Really appreciate it. And then also to Susan Tonarelli. Yes, you get the extra spin. And then also Gerald H. And he says, thanks, Gray, for keeping it real. I try to. I think either people hate me for keeping it real or they like that I keep it real. You know, that's the thing. It's like, because if while keeping it real, if it offends you, then all of a sudden it's bad. You know? And there you go. So thank you very much. Oh, and then another one just came in on here. So that would have been Madeline Davis. Thank you very much. And so right now we're at $1,000 for the month. And, you know, at the end of the month, we'll try to do another three, you know, hopefully over that. But, you know, if we can get to 4,000 each month, then we're doing well. Last month was just really crazy. What are you saying, Jane? Darby? Cannot please all. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. All right, let's see if there's a street view on this. No, there isn't. I didn't think there would be. This is way out in the middle of nowhere. So this is this would almost seem like somebody knew this, right? I mean, how would you know that to go way out there? Although it could just be, you know, you're just driving and you go to the most secluded place ever. But what's weird is in this block, you're driving by somebody's house right there. Don't you think that's a little bit strange? And thank you, Kathy Freidenmaker. What am I? Cannot please all. Oh, you can't please all. Is that what you mean? I get it. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Please all the people hate you, like you for whatever reason. Please all the people hate you or like you. Right, right. You just need to put a couple commas in there once in a while. We might be able to figure that out. Well, now, Gray, I'm one of the ones that hate you. Oh, jeez. All right. So here's the. Let me. I'll save this image out, and then we can zoom in on it, see if we see anything. All right, got it in there. Yeah, this is just a crazy night filled with tons of weird, just nuts stuff, just all over the place. Oh, and Lillian, thank you for the PayPal. Appreciate it. This time I put your name in there, okay? Or unless that really is your name. I don't know, I get confused on that thing. Okay, open up. There it is. So that's the actual suitcase right there. Thank you, Alley Cake. Tawny Lee, you're in there. So it says 10 fabulous Las Vegas, or something, 2 fabulous. I think it says welcome to fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. I look like 10, but that's a T, obviously, based on syntax, right? I mean. So it just says welcome to fabulous Las Vegas, and then there's this dead 5-year-old kid in there. That's unreal.
Thanks for all you do, Gray. 20 freaks, ocean wave.
I mean, this story should be really big too, don't you think? I mean, this is like you've got a 5-year-old kid stuffed in a suitcase, thrown in Indiana, and nobody has a clue where this kid came from or anything. Police also have now specified the boy was found in the 7,000 block of East Holder Road. An autopsy was conducted Tuesday, but the cause of the child's death has not yet been determined, ISP said. Toxicology results are still pending. Based on the autopsy, investigators believe the child is about 5 years old. He is described as black, about 4 feet tall, with slender build and short hair. And this is a view of the area where Indiana State Police say a boy, right there, huh? Is there any way that we can look at from the air? Let me try to find a time where the trees are bare. Like there we go. That's what we're looking for. And that's April. So this is April 2017, and this is April right now, and this is, maybe we can get a, looks like there's a little bit of a road there. So I'm wondering if it's just right at the end here and just out here. And look, there's a pond right there. I'm not sure if that's a house or what the hell that is, but it wasn't the greatest place in the world. I mean, people do live out there. But if you look at this picture right here, you can see that's too straight to not be man. There's like a man-made portion of that. Looks like a gravel road, and it sort of seems like that might be. Let me turn off the road. Yeah, kind of like right in there, just something, you know, could just be right in there. Although right there could be a good spot too. I don't know if that's paved. It sort of looks paved. paved, but... And then maybe off like that. But man, that's right next to somebody's property. I can't imagine them stopping right there. Yeah, there isn't any street view out here to do any kind of landscape check. See that? Like all the blue lines, it's not even anywhere near there. So unfortunately, I won't be able to go down there and dial it in. But I think it is right around in this area here. Police believe the child died sometime within the last week. So, I mean, that means what they should do is see if they can take a picture of him in, you know, if he looks peaceful enough where he hasn't decomposed that much, you could get a really good picture of him. Troopers described the area as a very rural, heavily wooded area with not a lot of houses nearby. Well, there is, though. There is a house right there. A national tip line has been established. Police say they have received nearly 200 calls from the public, but none have led to the identification of the boy. Investigators are thankful for all the tips that are coming in, but ask that the public does not send information on children already documented as missing at this time. Investigators say those cases are already being looked at, right? Let's see. We're well aware of that case. Let's see. ISP Carrie Holes told ABC affiliate the vast majority of calls the agencies has received have to do with missing person from Virginia. Yeah, see? Just, yeah. We're well aware of that case. It's not a match. A lot of people are giving that information. What we're asking for is not tips of already documented missing children who are already on websites someplace. We're well aware of those. See, that's what I'm saying. They're trying to be polite, and they're trying to tell you that, like, hey, we're not idiots. You know, we know what we're doing. They're saying we actually look into all these different things. You don't need to send in. You know, I know I wish I could say that people are just trying to be helpful, but what it really is people want to. They want to be like, ooh, I solved it. Look. That's the real reason, okay? And so you get everybody just deluging the police just over and over and over with all these different images and everything like that. Basically what they want you to do is, do you know anybody that has a friend of yours or somebody you're acquainted with that maybe a kid, you know, that you would see is just all of a sudden gone missing, and or, you know, something right around within the last week or something. All right, that'd be great. I'm not one of the people that believes that everybody's hearts are in the right place. Okay? I don't think, especially in the true crime community. I've seen so much absolute garbage that I do not believe it at all. There's many creators out there that really don't give a shit about anything at all. It's just purely about getting the views and, you know, whatever they can put out there. It's great. The grifter, famous for doing that. Just put out absolute garbage. All right. Now, let's see. ISP Sergeant Carrie Holes told ABC affiliate WHAS TV the vast majority of calls, the agency, the person from Virginia. Holes said the suitcase was sealed and was about 80 feet from the roadway. So they said the 7,000 block. And that's right there. Let me see if I do like 7,500. Where does that put me? Oh, so that, okay. So it's right there. So that means it's in this vicinity right here. So it's between right here and right there. And if you're going to say 80 feet from the roadway, you might come in here and yeah, so it's only that far away. You know, you can just extend that down, but like it's only 80 feet. That's I think I did that right. Hold on. Let me do that again. Yeah, you guys remember, like, in the Kanika Jenkins case? Those people didn't give a crap about anything. It was just garbage. Nobody was trying to put out actual information. Alright, so if you were just going to kind of say all the way down that road about that far off, okay, so the body was in the 7,000 block. That means it was... Basically, here's what I can do. If I went like this, from right there, well, 7,000 block, I guess that could be all the way to 8,000, right? Yeah, that's what that means, you know. So it's anything in the 7,000. So I guess what we have to do is put 8,000 up here, and that puts you all the way over to there. So I mean, we could be anywhere within. I'm just eyeballing this. Yeah, like pretty much like that. And then I guess, you know, technically it could be in on this side. You know, a lot of homes on the inner portion though. Alright, see that? Something like that. Inside of that area. Yeah. I know it does suck. The shameful part is the true crime community should have none of those types. The ones that are putting out garbage intentionally, just anything that can sell a show. It should never exist in the true crime community. That's one where you can do it in the Hollywood shit, whatever the hell you want. True crime deserves a hell of a lot better than that. Okay? And I think everybody out there kind of believes that, but they still sneak over and watch the garbage. You know, like here's the thing. What I'm gonna tell you right now is true. Like you know, the one comparison would be like during the Kanika Jenkins case, I was the only person in the entire true crime community covering the case, literally, that would put out the actual factual information in that case without trying to make it sound like she was murdered, because she wasn't. Okay, so I was the only one out there, and yes, I kept making debunking videos because I was the only person that was combating it. So I don't compare that to what you see now. Like in the Summer Wells case, it's a symbiotic relationship between the creators that covered the case correctly, and then there's these people that came out, and they're still doing it over and over again, putting out garbage. And then the original creators, they keep making videos about those people and what they're putting out, and it just kind of keeps feeding off of each other over and over and over. And you know, like that one with the After Dark, like she'll put out a video and she'll say, "Oh, look at this. Well, this one said this and that." But the reality is they all feed off of it. That's the truth, you know. So even though you're out there setting the facts straight, had that person not made that video, you wouldn't have been able to put out a video just now that also got 20,000 views who were debunking that one. You see what I'm saying? It never goes away. It's just this constant. The only way to make it go away is if everybody out there says that's enough and you quit watching that kind of trash. Okay? That's it. And don't encourage the sort of like there's the other industry is the it's not the same kind of debunking thing. It's like somebody comes up with something. I don't know, debunking is debunking. I mean, there is some value into setting something straight, but at the same time, you wouldn't have had anything to cover had they not done what they just did. So there you go. That's all I can tell you, and you know, do with that what you may, as my mom would say. It's a tragic situation, Hull said. I know it's disturbing and shocking, but we're hoping with the release of the image of the suitcase. I mean, that suitcase should jog somebody's memory, don't you think? The child's cause and time of death will be determined by the coroner. Once autopsy results come back, we'll probably get to hear tomorrow what happened to him. ISP says it's contacted schools and other local agencies to inquire about a child, but if the child's 4, though, it might not have been in school yet. Tips can be submitted at 1-888-437-6432, and if any of you'd seen that suitcase out there, somewhat recently, call it in. You can also contact Detective Matt M-A-T-T Busick with the Indiana State Police in Sellersburg at 1-812-248-4374 or 1-800-872-6743. There you go. So we'll just keep following this and keep getting updated information. And God, what they should do is just quickly do genetic genealogy. Because anybody that would do that probably already has a relative, or they themselves are in CODIS. Okay, because this is some sick shit right here. So why not just take a DNA sample and get going on the genetic genealogy, even though it's much harder to get matches in minority groups because they don't participate as much in the genealogy websites or would upload to GEDmatch, for example. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. And thank you to Professor Pug. Thank you on PayPal there. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's about it right there. So, well, we got it all mapped out now. We know exactly where this is. I mean, what a totally random place that is, though. Okay. And now we're going to get to a missing person case that actually kind of flows into a similar area there. Hey, thanks, Amber Maiden. Yeah, well, thank you.
Chewbacca?
It's crazy is being rewarded for that.
Don't victimize victims and make every victim important.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird that's actually something that should be just the norm, right? I mean, thanks, Janet Drums. And thank you very much, Amber Maid. Yes, everybody, please help support the channel. We got to do it every single night. I know it gets kind of old, but it just is what it is. And that's what allows me to keep doing this and us do kick-ass during the month and at the end of the month. All right. Oh, wait, by the way, I got to update this. We are at, what are we at now? This is for this year so far. We are at 13,625.
Hash Gray #1. Clapping hands. Thanks, mods. Clapping hands.
It's a crying shame. I like that name too. I don't know why. I always like that one. All right, and then we got to update the scrolling charity button here really quick. I always have to do it right away or you forget. And then you're kind of lost at what happened. All right, so we're at Knick-Knack. Woo, look at that. Knick-Knack we're at 3,000 this year already for Knick-Knack. So that's awesome. Thank you, Mama, for
No drama,
57
no
Rose.
BS, love you, Gray. Heart, Rose.
Well, thank you. All right, so I think we're all squared away here. So far this year, we've got RAIN, which is violence against women, $2,500. NICMEC, $3,000. The I can't remember what end something 500. I can't remember what that was. DNA Fund, $4,000. And Texas EquiSearch, $2,000. The Innocence Project, $525. The Wounded Blue Fund, $500. Find Kids, $600. So what was that one that we were just looking at there? I can't remember what the end something backlog. End the backlog. There you go. That was the one from that Cairo wanted me to do. So that's pretty cool. End the backlog is sending money in to test the backlog of rape kits that are out there. I think that should be. I think the United States should just pledge $10 billion and just start going on all of them. I mean, why not? Man, you got to get these people out the streets. There's probably these multiple offenders all over the place. Okay. Thanks, Loretta Reyes. Hey, we're going to be talking about Prisma Reyes here in a little bit. All right, so here we're going to do the missing Pamela Winchester. But before we get to that, I was going to say, where the hell was that one? I got rid of the folder. What was that? I was looking at the actual file here a minute ago. It's gone. Oh, well, and also thank you to Cold Truth. I just saw that on Facebook there. So thank you. All right, let me try to... There was a missing girl today, and I was just talking about it's in the Trinity case. You know, Trinity Case is her name. You know, she was missing and she was abducted or something. It was really weird. She was abducted, and I had to have it all mapped out actually. So let me show you this. So it was in Arkansas, and it was at this Pour Some Sugar on Me location here. And apparently she was, some girl walked up to her and said, hey, can I borrow your phone? I need the GPS off your phone. Can you come a little closer? And then her friend walked over here, I think, to the public parking. And then when she came back, this friend was missing, but her car was still there. And then they've recovered her. Like, they found her. Like, everything's fine. But they're still looking for the vehicle. So that's interesting. You know, I hope this isn't, people just making stuff up or whatever, but, that if they're still looking for the vehicle, then maybe it was an actual abduction event and they had a change of heart or something. Because apparently what happened was you can't see a damn thing. Hold on a second. Here's the Pour Some Sugar parking lot right here. And then right over here is the parking area, and this is in a town called Hot Springs, Arkansas, right? So right at this little area here, she works here. She was wearing a Pour Some Sugar on Me uniform. And then her friend apparently went into this building here. She was right over here. And, the person said what I just said a minute ago about, hey, I need to use your phone, the GPS, blah, 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 blah. And then somehow she went missing, but now they're looking for an actual car associated with the case. And then when the mother tried to call her a bunch of times, she actually spoke to the mom and said, I'm fine. And then somebody grabbed the phone and said, send $10,000. You know, I don't know. To me, it sort of seems like a kid prank that's gone awry, sort of. You know, I was actually thinking that she was going to be just fine. It sounded sort of like this weird. But I don't know, because they're still looking for the vehicle. Yeah, but it might be a Papini type deal, right? Where it was all made up. Are you guys still here? I haven't seen a comment for like 10 minutes. Like, what does Def Leppard Days have to do with any of this? And there isn't one comment related to anything I just said. Are you guys even here? How do you not follow? I just was talking about an abduction that happened. You know, there's a girl named Trinity Case. Everybody sent this to me earlier, right here, and she was at work last night, came out. Her friend was with her, then some girl walked up to her and said, "Hey, can I use your phone? I need the GPS off of it." Whatever the hell that means. Like, how do you get the GPS off of somebody else's phone? Then the other friend went to this parking facility, and then when she came back out, she wasn't around and her car was still there, apparently, I guess. I don't know. Now, yeah, so I think that's right. Yeah, she was abducted and then taken somewhere. And while she was at the place where she was, her mom called. She was getting no answer. Then finally, she answered, said, "I'm fine." And then somebody grabbed the phone and said, "Hey, send us $10,000. Some guy did. And they found her, and she's fine. But yet they're still looking for a vehicle, which is somewhat interesting, right? Well, thanks. Quit your bitching. Are you trying to tell me something? What are you trying to tell me? That's pretty funny.
Your channel actually teaches how to look at detail. Love it.
Well, thanks. I try to do that. And I need proof of stuff too, you know, like a lot of times people go, "Hey Gray, they found her." Okay, we'll send a link. I don't know how, Gray. I don't know how. Then it didn't happen. All right, let's see. So right here it says she was located. Is it going to let me look at it? Okay. Trinity Case has been located according to police. So this was going on all day. Everybody was like sending me links and stuff. And I had it all dialed in, but then it was solved, but it might be sort of still interesting. Let's see. An Amber Alert issued Tuesday for 17-year-old Hot Springs girl has been deactivated. Police and Cairo actually got the Amber Alert on his phone where he was. Police are still seeking the vehicle of interest, a 2021 white Nissan Versa. So that's interesting that they're still looking for this. Yeah, well, let's see, what do we got here? Hold on a second. Hey, thanks, Sandra Turner. Yeah, we got the trolls are in force tonight. Same dumbass troll over and over and over again. Thanks, Sandra Turner. Ding 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 ding. Gonna have to wait a second. Gotta check on a couple things. Yeah, it does kind of sound like a prank, but it's weird that there's. Did she carry it too far and then start trying to? Well, I don't even know these people, but she did. You know, now there's a license plate, and you know, now it's gone too far now, maybe. Ding 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 ding. Yeah, that doesn't work. All right. And thanks for getting rid of the troll quick. Hey, thanks, Alifair M. Thanks for, thank you, troll, again, because we just got super chats in your name. You're an idiot. You're always bitching and complaining about stuff that you have know nothing about. You know nothing about how I do anything that I do, and you pretend you do because you have a screenshot of a mortgage from a year ago. Yes, I have a hey everybody, I have a mortgage. Isn't that weird? Whoa! God, that's crazy. Whoa, that's weird. Yeah. Yeah, hold on one second. I just got to take care of stuff related. Yeah. All right. God, it's so weird. I hope all of you have mortgages, or you paid it off somehow. Why is this person telling me this again? Okay. God, it's unreal. Okay, so an Amber Alert has been issued. This is earlier. But they're still looking for that vehicle with the license plate 59BD82. So that makes it a little more interesting. But earlier it was a big deal. Like people were just freaking out. But I don't know. We'll have to wait now to see if it's turned into anything else. If it was an attempted trafficking or whatever the hell it was. Alright, so we're done with that one. That was just an aside. Okay, and then this is okay. Pamela Winchester. So that is the missing person case that I wanted to go over here. And don't worry, we'll get all the way to the end there. We got like 7 or 8 different things to go over here. So this is authorities looking for a woman who went missing after stop in Henderson. It's kind of a weird situation.
And new this morning, the Henderson Police Department and the Hardin County Sheriff's Office are investigating a missing persons case. Pamela Winchester, a 61-year-old white female, went missing on March 23rd. She was last known to be traveling toward Mitchell, Indiana, but never arrived. She called a family member when she stopped in Henderson at around 5:30 that morning. She was last seen wearing glasses, blue jeans, a gray hoodie. Anyone with information is urged to contact Henderson Police.
Yeah, so it says, according to police, Winchester was traveling alone from her home in Elizabethtown. So I went and got all this figured out. Like, let's see, where is this? I think it's right here. Yeah. So this is where she lives, in this really rural area. I mean, yeah, there's actually stuff there. There's a house, and yeah, I don't know if it's a trailer or what that is, but that's where her address is, in Elizabethtown. And I think it's in, I can't remember, was it Kentucky, right? Yeah. I believe. Or is it Illinois? Let me see. No, Illinois. There you go. So anyways, she does kind of this route where she wanted to go to Mitchell, Indiana, right there. And then they said that her last sighting was at a Circle K in Henderson, here at 5:30. Well, I'm just saying 5:30 because they said that she last contacted somebody there. But I did the route, and there was 3 different routes, but one of them did take you right through Henderson right here. And apparently she was at this Circle K. And her car was found at the Circle K. So that's really alarming. That on her route, the exact route that she should be on, they find her car there and she's gone. And, you know, wow, I mean, I don't know. Here we got the trucker scenario again, right? But she pulls up right here and apparently calls home. Let's see what it says in here. They say Winchester made a call to family members in Mitchell around... So the family members were in Mitchell around 5:30 a.m. on March 23rd and said she had stopped in Henderson. Okay. Police say she was driving a gray 2002 Ford Taurus with Illinois veteran tag. They say her car was found in the parking lot of the Circle K truck stop. So it is a truck stop. Ooh boy. At 3113 US 41 North. Let's see if I got that one right. 3113 US 41 North. That's different. Is that another? Oh yeah, well it's the same one. That's one that I got. So that is the right one. Okay, so it's that Circle K, and it's also a truck stop, which, you know, 99% of all truckers are normal people, but it's also a vocation that serial killers like because you're always on the move, and you just never know, right? I mean, the part that's weird is that it's not like her and her car are missing. She went here, made a phone call, probably, and said like she was on her way, and then goes missing from here, and her vehicle is parked right there. Now, I guess it's possible that she was going to rendezvous with somebody right there. There we go. Must have snuck that one in. Ding 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 ding. Yeah. So this guy named Norman DeWinter, aka DG nickname initials. You know, he doesn't realize what he's got coming. Oh, he really does. He has a picture of me on his ceiling with a jar of Vaseline right next to it. It's amazing. It's what he thinks about every night. Oh, look at Gray. Oh. Yeah, it's strange. Strange times. Hey, do you want to look at this one here, Norman? Look at that. I got a notebook with my face on it too. Do you want me to send that to you? You can plaster that on your ceiling. Yeah, he's an embarrassment to mankind. He doesn't have a clue what I do or anything, and that's how I know it, because everything he writes is never accurate. Thanks, Sleuthin' Sandals. Yep, mapping away. It's always good. Ding 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 ding.
Got to love map time. World map. Revolving hearts. Australia. Blue heart.
Thank you. Wow, look at them. You can hear Chloe just gobbling up food over there. Interesting. Sorry guys, I always have to delay. All right, there we go. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy times. All right, let's see, what do we got? Yeah, so there isn't really a ton of information on, she's been missing for a long time now, like a month. So it said they describe her as a white female, 5'1", weighing about 130 pounds. She was shoulder length. She has shoulder length brown and gray hair. She was last seen wearing glasses, blue jeans, and a gray hooded sweatshirt. Anyone with information is asked to call the Henderson Police Department at 270-831-1295. All right, let me have more links here. So I think this might be your husband's Facebook page here. This guy. And, there's a couple pictures of her on here. Doesn't really... it seemed like it was her page, but she hadn't posted in a while. So he came on and somehow, put his face on there or something. I don't know, but... yeah. So there's that. Alright, let's see what this one says. Family, friends, and now police are looking for a 61-year-old Henderson woman who has been missing for nearly a month. The Henderson Police Department says it's currently investigating the disappearance of Pamela Winchester. Pamela's family says the last time they heard from her over the phone on the morning of March 23rd. So it was almost a month ago. Police say she was traveling alone from her home in Elizabethtown, Illinois, to Mitchell, Indiana, when she never arrived at her destination. According to police, she drove a gray 2002 Ford Taurus with Illinois veteran tag. Additionally, that vehicle was reportedly found vacant in the parking lot of the Circle K truck stop at 3113 US 41 North the same day. Law enforcement officials say that was the last confirmed sighting of Pamela. Okay, so, she was at the Circle K, but her car's there. Didn't your surveillance cameras pick up anything else? Pamela Winchester is 61 years old, 5'1", 130 pounds, and shoulder length brown and gray hair. At this time, Pamela's family says her phone has been off and have not heard from her. The Henderson Police Department is working alongside the Hardin County Sheriff's Office in Illinois. So it seems more nefarious because she was actually on a route that leads to where she wanted to go. Like if she was just going to go somewhere else, wouldn't she just kind of go some random place? But she goes right on that route. And how long is this altogether? It's that drive is 170 miles, so she'd only gone maybe 50 something at that point. Yeah. So what the guy that's posting all the time, he's told somebody that he's trying to he's trying to destroy my YouTube channel. I've seen him message people. So he's trying to destroy my YouTube channel. He's trying to change the algorithms and all this kind of shit, right? But there's also other people that are aware that he's trying to do that. He thinks he's really sleuthy and got all this crate. It's not hiding from anybody, okay? So that's what he's tried to tell people. So just letting you know, that's the kind of crap he says behind the scenes. And he says anytime that I act any certain way on the show, he's responsible for it. And that's just not true, It's not true at all. Now, when I'm responding right now, yes, that is because of you. Because you're a complete moron, all right? Oh, no, I've got an IQ. You're one of the people who probably have an IQ on a card that you show people. Yeah, because you took this online test one time, and it was awesome. I don't know if she had car trouble. Let me see. According to press release, Winchester was traveling alone from her home in Elizabethtown, and she was going to go to Indiana to meet family members. Police say her vehicle is a gray 2002 Ford Taurus with Illinois veteran tags, and was found in the parking lot of the Circle K truck stop. And they say her phone has been off, and she was last seen wearing glasses, blue jeans, and a gray hoodie. HPD says anyone with information is asked to call police at 270-831-1295. Now, these are the ones that are just crazy, right? When people just disappear, they just go poof, and they're gone. You know, it's just unreal. You know, the Prisma Reyes one is literally, that's what it's like, that she just vanished one day. Hey, the Velvet Army. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, so that's really all there is. This is March 23rd. She drives up here, heading to the family up here. Unfortunately, I think there was a good chance that something happened right here where, you know, a trucker, she got into a truck with somebody or met, you know, I don't know. I hope she just went there to meet somebody and she's just off the grid, disappeared with somebody. But I don't know. Just seems like she really was on her way somewhere. And to meet family, you don't just disappear and not call somebody at that point. Yeah, that's right, Cheyenne, just like that. Yeah, well, she was on a bad path that day. Yeah, she threatened somebody with a gun at one point. I mean, we've covered the Prisma Reyes case from the beginning. I even interviewed one of the people that she was talking to on the phone while waiting at the elevator. And that was an interesting, you know, it's just, he thinks she thought she was talking to her boyfriend or something. I mean, it was weird. I don't know what that means, Tina. Let's see. I'm going to stream live from CrimeCon, but I'm not going to be on the CrimeCon, you know, like, you can be like a virtual booth, but I might do that next year if I can't make it or something like that. You're whose sister? Teresa. Or Teresa, are you Pamela's sister? You want to call in? The number on the screen, you can call in. I think it's still on. Is it? Yeah. If you want to call in, the number's right there on the screen. You just pick the one of the three digits wherever you live, and then you just dial the meeting ID, the passcode. Because I'd like to know more about what's going on here. No, you can actually have a virtual booth now, LM. I just was just talking to the lady today. Oh, so her husband was in Mitchell. Okay, so what? Do they both live in... Do you want to call in and tell us what's going on here? Maybe help give us more information? Yeah. Can you guys quit? Like, I need her. I want to know if she wants to call in or not. You're taking her attention away from what I'm asking, because I'd like to have a conversation to figure this out. Ah. Yes, I'd like to have her call in. That's on the screen right there. You dial whichever one, if there's a West Coast, Central, East Coast. You see them on the screen? Let me go to a different. Is it this one? No, that's not better. No, it's right here. So you dial the number, and then you enter the ID, the 859, all that, and then the passcode, and then you can call in. Yeah, that number's good. Everything's good right there. Well, you just use your phone, Teresa. You dial. What part of this? How about this, Teresa? What part of the country do you live in? Type that in, and then I'll tell you what number to dial. And I'll put it in the chat. Okay? Oh, my stomach just made a... Man. We got a really long delay here. Right. Hey, Laura, we're not talking about that case right now, okay? Thanks. Has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about. Haven't talked about that for the entire show, so... All right, so are you still out there, Teresa? Because you got on the West Coast, you would dial this number, the 669-900-6833, or in the... Ah, come on, Zozo, jeez. And then in the Central, we got 1-346-248-7799. And then on the East Coast, we talk about, the number is 1-929-205-6099. We're talking about the Pamela Winchester case. The sister, or I think she's a sister. What did she call herself? Yeah, the sister is in the chat, and I'm trying to get her to be able to call in. All right? All right. I don't know what that has to do with anything, Alex. I mean, Longshanks. I don't even know what that means. Yeah, there's a new video of Prisma Reyes, just a tiny little bit, but we're not at that yet. Okay, what part of the country do you live in, Teresa? I'll put the numbers in the chat. We'll give it one shot here. What part of the country? Do you live in the Central, East Coast? What is social fade? I don't get it. I mean, I tell you what, either rewind mode or something. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, you can probably use any number. I mean, the key is this part right down here. I'll put it in the chat. See that? It's just right there. And those are the ID and the passcode. Yeah, I'm trying to give it a voice. This is a story that okay, hold on. Let's see. Are you there? 812?
Oh, yes. Hello.
Hello, are you Teresa?
Yes, this is Teresa, Pam's sister.
Oh, okay. So
I appreciate what you're doing so much. Thank you.
well, I'm glad you were able to figure out how to do it. I know it can be kind of confusing on the screen there.
Yeah, it was. But that's okay. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate it. We're doing what we can. We're sharing on Facebook. We're talking to sheriffs, and we're just all lost.
So is it just okay, so she lives in, like, I don't know if it's is it a trailer? Not really a trailer. What kind of, like a mobile?
It's kind of like it's like a mobile home, but it's cut in half.
Yeah, I'm looking at it
like
right now.
Yeah,
like
so it's a small building that they made into a home.
I see. So it's like in a really rural area in, kind of near.
It is very rural, yeah.
And then, then she lives there, and her husband lives somewhere else.
No, they both live there.
Okay.
They had came up the day before, which was on the 22nd. They had an RV mobile driver camper thing, and they came up here. They own some land in Indiana too, and that's where they had it parked. And they had both came up here to sell it.
To Mitchell.
And into Mitchell, yes, I'm sorry, into Mitchell, Indiana. And she had decided to go back because they had left the dogs there.
Okay.
They have 2 Dobermans. So her husband Dennis stayed here to go ahead with the sale and stuff, and she drove home, and he ended up staying all night with my other sister, not with her, but I mean at her house. And the morning Pam was going to come back up to get him, and she has bad migraines. She has eye problems. She gets shots in her eyes for macular degeneration. I forget the word, but she had a bad migraine, and she stopped at that gas station and called him and said, "I can't drive any farther. I'm going to wait here on you."
Let me ask you this though. Okay, that's really important stuff. But she made it all the way home the first time, and then was heading back. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, she went home that night. She probably got home about 8:30 or 9 o'clock.
Okay.
On the 22nd. She made it all the way to Elizabethtown because we actually saw her on her home security camera pull into the driveway. So we do know that she made it from Mitchell, Indiana, back to Elizabethtown. That we know for sure.
Okay, and then then the next day she gets up. Probably didn't even leave till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I would imagine, or later, right? Because 5:30.
No, it was 5:50.
Okay, go ahead.
It was in the morning when she was headed back this way.
Oh, well, yeah, that's right. It's 5:30 a.m. Sorry, I was reading that wrong.
Yeah, a.m.
Yeah, so she might have left the home at like, probably 4:45 even, because it's only about 50 miles. So she drives up there, and then she gets to the Circle K at 5:30, and then she calls her husband that's back up in Mitchell, Indiana, and what does she say?
She told him that she was having a migraine, that her eyes were hurting real bad because, like I say, she gets shots for the macular degenerative stuff. And she said she could not drive any farther, and she was going to wait on him right there.
For
and
him
that was
to
around 5:30.
For him to come get her.
He was supposed to come and get her because she could not drive any farther. But he did not have a vehicle here. So he was trying to call Enterprise, and they did not have one. So he finally got a hold of my sister and borrowed her car.
Another
sister. So he went out there
okay.
about 10:30. Yes, we have. There's 3 of us.
Okay.
So he went out there about 10:30, and her car was there. And at that time, we were told that on the security camera, it showed her going around her car and getting in another car. So that gave us a little bit of hope that maybe we could track the other car But now the state police say that no, there was no other car. It was just her, and she walked around, went in the store, came back out, and went around the side of the building, and that was it.
Can you describe that part again? Like the part about
Yeah.
it looked like on video, like
Well,
say that again.
they were telling us that it looked like when she pulled in that she went in the store, and they assumed maybe went to the restroom because she didn't buy anything. And then when she came back out, she went around her car willingly, they told us, and got in another car. Well, that gave us some kind of hope, thinking if they could track that other car, or if we knew who it was, we could find her. But now that the state police are involved, the story has changed, and they're telling us that there was no other car, that she got out, went in the store, walked around the parking lot when she came back out, and then went around the side of the building and was never seen again. So we are we're in the dark and we're lost. We're just searching for anything.
Well, what side of the building did she go out?
They did not tell us that. I don't know.
Because that goes right back to where there's where the trucks park, and then there's a bunch of, like a trailer park back here.
Right. Yeah. They did tell us that there was a lot where where semi-drivers do park sometimes, and there's a mobile home area and then a wooded area, is what they told us. But her husband has been there to the mobile home park himself and asked people if they saw her. He's walked through those woods and looked for her.
But her car worked. So for some reason she walks out, she goes inside, maybe goes to the bathroom, whatever, comes out, and then walks around her car, and then goes around the side of the building, and then walks around again and goes around the other side of the building? Is that what you said?
They just said she went around the side of the building. We have not saw the tape, so we don't know. None of us have seen it.
That's really weird.
It's real strange. Yeah, we're lost, and it's been a month. As of today, will be a month that I've seen her, and tomorrow morning will be a month that we've even heard from her.
Well, why do you think...
And this is not like her.
I mean, it's weird that I've never even heard of it until just now. I mean, how come it hasn't been out in the media yet?
Well, that's what we wanted to know. When we contacted the Henderson Police Department, they didn't even think we were serious about it. And we're like, yeah, we want something done. And I guess apparently there was a couple of squabbles between her and her husband. So I think they didn't take it serious. So it was just, I don't know. It's really a big dilemma. We're trying to just get anything we can find.
Were they actively involved in the case early on, though, the police? Or?
Well, her husband was over there almost every day. He drove over almost every day. He was handing out flyers. That's who somebody on there said they saw somebody asking about her. It was him handing out flyers around town. He was just he went to the trailer park handing out flyers. He stood at the gas station handing out flyers. And of course, we've called hospitals and stuff, and due to the patient privacy, we can't find out anything. So we're trying to get the police to check because she was emotionally unstable, and we're worried about her. So it's just, yeah, I mean, I so appreciate you guys all sharing this and talking about it.
When you say she's emotionally unstable, what do you mean by that?
Oh, she has PTSD. She was in the Army, so she has PTSD. She served over in Korea, and she was in the demilitarized zone, I think what she called it. So she has a lot of trauma over that.
Just like being stressed out every day. I mean, we weren't really fighting them, you know.
No. She left her daughter at home when she went. She had a baby daughter, with 1 or 2, and of course she was over there for 4 years, and that stressed her out because she didn't get to raise her child. So she has PTSD from being separated. It's a separation.
Yeah, I can see.
So we just, and she's just a frail woman. And we're just looking for a straw in a haystack.
How quickly were the police, how quickly were they in looking at surveillance and things like that?
Well, that's what I say. The first story we got was her getting in another car. We heard that story for 2 weeks.
Was that early on,
And they would not-
though? Like, how quickly
Yeah.
did you hear
Oh,
that? Okay.
Oh, within a day or two, yeah.
Well, see,
Yeah, I think
that
her
almost
husband-
makes more sense, though, doesn't it? I mean, how did she just kind of disappeared otherwise? Did they have any other
Yeah, I
vehicles
know.
leaving? So here's what I would look at is when she walked around the side of the building, were there any other vehicles that left the area, like within a minute or two after that? I mean, I know it's a gas station, but it's 5:30 in the morning, so it's not
Yeah.
going to be really busy, you know?
I would love to know that. I would love to know the answer to that question.
Yeah. Was there anything in the vehicle that she would have taken with her if she, you know?
The only thing she had with her was a little pocketbook that had her ID, a couple bank cards, her
But-
glasses, and a hearing aid.
But she had that with
hearing
her
aids.
when she went into the store, right?
I don't know. Unless I see the video, I don't know if she was carrying her stuff. It wasn't found in the car, but she could have went back out and got it. You know, when she was walking around, I don't know.
Man, I'd love to see that surveillance footage. Be able to go through it myself.
You and me both. I would love to see it.
Yeah.
Number one, to verify that it was her is what I would like to know, because we have not seen it, so we can't even verify it was her walking around. Only that it was her car found.
And what,
So-
it was parked right in front, right?
I don't know.
Well, probably.
I
'cause-
don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have none of us have seen it.
Well, your
We're
her
only
husband knows though, right? Like when he got there, her car was parked right there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he was at the car.
How did he
Yeah, I
how
think
did he
that
get
was
to
his-
the car when he got there?
He borrowed my sister's car.
Oh, that's right.
to
He
get out
borrowed
there.
your sister. That's right. So he got there,
Yeah,
and
he
then
borrowed her.
did he bring someone in with him so they could take the car, or did it stay there for police to look at later?
It was there until the next day because he had no key to move it. She had the keys.
Mm.
And he had to come back here and get someone to go with him, and then they hired a locksmith to make a key and drove it on further into Elizabethtown to take it home.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, because she had the keys to it.
Yeah. So it seems like it's like a
Yeah.
truck stop plus for non-truck. You can go into the store and buy stuff.
Yes, it is a big mystery.
Yeah. So it's a regular gas station and truck stop.
I think so. Yeah, I think it is. I've never been there, so I don't know. I've been to her house before, several times, but it's only a 3-hour drive. So
Yeah, it's almost
usually
like
in
she
3
just
hours,
like she just disappeared in the middle of just thin air, just poof,
Yep.
gone, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Just that's what it feels like. She's just all at once just disappeared. Yeah, just gone.
But they might want to check to
So-
see if any trucks or anything left, shortly after that, because it looks like she's walking back to where, I think
Yeah.
trucks sometimes stop there and they sleep at night and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Right. Yeah, and the bad part about this whole situation is we've had people pulling jokes, saying they've seen her and then say, "Oh, April Fools." We've had people send
Jeez.
ransom messages to us.
Oh,
I mean,
boy.
it's just, it's sad what people will do.
No, yeah, I have a troll that's just as bad as that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Never leaves me alone. But
Yeah.
geez, so what? Maybe we can.
The more you put,
Yeah, go ahead.
the more you put out on social media, the more you're going to run into things like that. But we're sharing it and hoping everybody else shares it, and it just keeps going all the way around the world.
Yeah.
Whether we get the trolling people or not, we still want it shared.
Yep, you just got to keep on going.
Yep,
Let's see.
can't give up.
Well, I don't know if you have my email, but I'll put the email in the chat, and you can
Okay.
if you want, if you can keep me updated, then I can keep sort of talking about it and keep things going, like new things that you guys might have done, or if you guys even want to come on where you're talking with your face on there, if you want, whatever you want to do,
Okay.
you can let me know, right?
I did get your message on Messenger, but it just took me this long to get back with you.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool. That's funny.
No,
I sent that to you, and I haven't even checked yet.
Yeah. but that's okay because we're talking now, so it's
Yeah.
okay.
All right, well, I'll send you my email. Well, we'll just message on Messenger. That's probably a better way to do it. But I'm sorry you're having to go through this. It's always, like I always say, it's the biggest nightmare in the world when it's somebody missing and you have no answers. You know, you're just...
Right. Yeah. But
So-
I'm so grateful that you're putting the word out there, and by you doing that, that's more people that are going to be informed and hopefully looking.
Yeah. I mean, that's...
So you're doing a great thing. Thank you.
Oh, well, I mean, thanks for coming on, but...
Okay.
I don't even ever know how to respond when somebody says thank you for that, because I feel like it's like, wow, you're being almost too nice because you're going through all this crazy stuff and you're thanking me. It's like, I don't even know what to...
Well, yeah, but any help that's offered is appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. Well, let's keep in touch,
Okay.
and we'll keep doing updates.
Yeah,
all right?
sure will.
All right, thanks a lot.
Okay, sure.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow, that's crazy. Wait, I'm trying to find... Yeah, it was Teresa Chu. She goes by in here. And let's see. Let me get the... Yeah, there it is. That's her right there. And so that's a little different than the articles have it. Okay, I mean, sort of, because they're leaving out all the rest of it. But apparently her and her husband were over here, drove all the way up to Mitchell, Indiana to sell a trailer or something like that. And then he was going to stay overnight there, but she took off to go back home to feed the dogs and whatnot. It's only about 170 miles or something like that. Let's see, let me do that again. Yeah, 170 right on the dot. And then she drove all the way back. And then the next morning, probably 4:30ish, let's say, she takes off, starts driving. And then she pulls over here and calls her husband, who's still up in Mitchell, Indiana, and says that she's got a migraine. And they see her on surveillance, go inside and come outside, walk out and around the car, and then kind of go behind the side of the building, I guess. One time they said that she actually got into the another car. Hey, thank you, Bonita. Hey, didn't you win last night? You won something last night. Did you send me an email? Bonita, you won a mug or something. Thank you.
Love what you do. How do I get that awesome cup from last night's spin?
Oh yeah. Well, what you do is you send me an email to somebody. Put the email in there for her, and then you have to send me your address, and then I just ship it right off. But hey, thank you so much. Very cool. We're having another slower type of night, but you made it good. So again, everybody, if you'd like to help out the channel, to help keep me doing the shows every single night, and also we donate a lot of money to charity. We already did $500 tonight. If you send in super chats, you get your name entered into a chance to win a mug or a tumbler. The ad revenue sucks on YouTube, and if you're a channel member, that also helps that as well. And we donate at least 50%, over 50% of the net revenue from YouTube. So let's see. So anyways, then she walks around the building here. Then At that, well, not before though. She called her husband and said, "Hey, can you come pick me up? I've got a really bad headache." And he couldn't at the time because he didn't have a car. So then he went and borrowed a vehicle from her sister, one of 3 sisters, and one of them just called. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. See, what the troll just typed in is not true. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. I do have an actual job, and I have the income that I make from YouTube. I use to do whatever the hell I feel like doing with, except the other half of it I donate to charity. Okay, so I don't really need to explain to anybody any of that stuff. I think on my channel, we do more good than almost every other channel combined. Okay, and I'm not just throwing that out there. I'm just saying we're going to be at $100,000. If you can name 27 other channels, 30 that have donated anywhere near that amount to combined, give me a call. Okay. God, these guys are just so stupid, you know. All right, so let me go. Let me do this again. I'm going to start over here. Yeah, so Pamela Winchester and her husband, they drove on I think it was the 22nd of March, drove up to Mitchell, Indiana to sell a trailer or something like that. Then he stayed there because I can't remember what the reason was. And then she drove home to feed the animals, their dogs. And then the next morning, on the 23rd at like 4:30 in the morning, she gets in her car, drives all the way, starts heading back up there, but then pulls over into the Circle K here, and he says that he actually she's got a headache, and calls her husband to come pick her up, but he can't, he doesn't have a vehicle because she took their vehicle. They probably drove in tandem or something up there, and he didn't have a vehicle. Thank you, Ange Texan.
I'll be back if you want me to.
Thank you for all you do. Buy a tequila to fight trolls.
All right, thank you. Thanks, troll. You're really helping me out, troll. All right, so then the husband, who didn't have a vehicle, borrowed a car from a sister, one of 3 sisters, and then he drove from Mitchell back down to come get her because she had such a bad headache, and he got there at like 10:30, which is 5 hours later. And when he got there, he sees her vehicle in the parking lot. But on surveillance camera, it shows her exiting and then going around the side of the building here. But her vehicle was in the parking lot. Thanks, Sandra Turner.
Thank you, Trolley.
And Lynette Burns. Man, that troll really doesn't know how much he's supported the charities. Thank you. Thank you. Sprained my thumb today, feeling bitchy. Give me some extra mean or say something nice. Doesn't matter. Great job. No thanks. Thanks, Lynette Burns. I think Lynette Burns and Zozo would be buddies if they were hanging out in real life. You know that? They both just say whatever the hell they're thinking. The hell with any sort of decorum or just, it's just.
Give me some extra mean or say something nice. Doesn't matter. Great show. Tired face.
Don't you think that like Lynette and Zozo would be buddies? There's no doubt about it.
Troll fun.
Yeah. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Kim. Yeah. All right. And so that's kind of where it is right now. She went missing on the 23rd of March. Just poof, vanished. Except I feel, it's a little bit nefarious that it's a truck stop and it's right back here where she walked. And the trucking industry, is filled with great people, but it also has the dark element because that job is particularly suited for killers, serial killers, because they can, you move from place to place. You sometimes have, people will come inside your truck, and so who knows what was going on back there. I hope that isn't the case. I mean, where would she have gone? Because even if you walk through here, I mean, I guess this is kind of wooded over here. It does get pretty crazy. I mean, if she got disoriented and started walking out here, I mean, it's really dense, and there isn't really any way out of that. You wouldn't know what you were doing if you got stuck in the middle of that. Yeah, they're working hard tonight. Thanks, Jessica. Jessica Schubach. Did you guys fill in? Hold on, jeez. Benita Moreno on how to. I think. I'll put my email in the chat so you can. So send me an email to that email that I just put in there.
Thank you so much. _basic generous.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica Schubach. Mary Harris. I think I missed that one. Let me get that in there. Mary Harris. Nikki 124, Lynette Burns, Sandra Turner, Eugenie, and Ange Texan. And thank you, Troll. Thanks. Yeah, thank you very much, Tracy. It's a nice comment. I mean, the weird part is if I made $300,000 in a year and I donated $80,000, that would be incredible, wouldn't it? But it's nowhere near that. That's the funny part about it. It's like these guys, they act like they're just so sleuthy. Ooh. It's unbelievable. I can be in the mix, just keep my mouth shut. Yeah. What do you mean, Sassmere? Sassmere? Come on, you can say whatever the hell you want. She's missing from Illinois, actually. It looks like. Let me zoom in again. Yeah, Illinois right here, just sort of in this little portion right next to. No, hold on. I think I got it right. Yeah, Kentucky's just right over here. So it looks like it's right here, just on the border. Kentucky's right over here, and this small little town called. It was Elizabethtown is the address. So right in that area, and my shoulder's getting really sore. Thanks, Tracy.
Hard.
What do you mean, what app? There isn't an app. It's just a phone number. But anyways, are you calling in about this? Because I'm moving on to something else now. I don't have any more to offer here, but I want to keep up to date on this, so hopefully the sister will keep me updated on Facebook, and I'll just keep doing updates and see what's going on. But this is one of those weird ones, just poof, vanished. Yeah, it's really getting sore though. Oh man, jeez. Don't worry about it, Dempsey. I'm going to move on. I'd rather just not have you call in. Let's see. Okay, now we're going to move on to Prisma Reyes. Right. Yeah, got that one. Oh, wait. Okay, before we get to Prisma Reyes, this might be a longer show than I wanted it to be, okay? But before we get to Prisma Reyes, I got to get to Morphew. I mean, this is ridiculous, you guys. This is an absolute wacky day of busyness. So here we go. Look at this. So the judge has dismissed the murder charge, all the charges, I guess, murder charges against Barry Morphew without prejudice. Okay, so that means they can recharge him again at some point. So I'm going to go down to the portion here where it says the argument. Okay. Yeah, some people say that, Alan. Okay. Yeah, when we get to what part did you want to call in about, Dempsey? What case? Because I'm gonna keep going through this stuff. As an offer of proof, the people and law enforcement believe we are close to discovering the victim's body. The people were hopeful. See, here's what they're claiming is that they were. The weather screwed it up. That they were gonna find the body before the trial, but the weather prevented them from doing that, and the right to a speedy trial was running out. So they're going to drop the charges now, and they'll just refile again as soon as they find the body. So, as an offer of proof, the people and law enforcement believe we are close to discovering the victim's body. The people, meaning the state, were hopeful that the search for and the discovery of the victim's body would be included well before trial, but weather has complicated the efforts. I mean, that's like gambling now. It's like, what do you mean? You're not sure, right? Specifically, the area law enforcement has been focused on is in a remote and mountainous region nearby the Morphew residence. This area received a significant amount of snow over the winter months before a search could be completed. To date, the area has 5 feet of snow concealing the location where the people believe Miss Morphew is located. As a result, the people cannot safely excavate the area and resolve this unanswered question. By filing this motion, the people have complied with Rule 48, a motion to dismiss submitted in writing, publicly available, proffered in open court, and accompanied by a statement summarizing the reason for the action. Given the timing of this motion before trial, the defense does not need to consent and does not have standing to object. The defense might have been like, well, shit, no, we want to go to trial, to get it done with, because they know another one's going to be filed. But the state doesn't want to have double jeopardy in there. Let's see. The court need only resolve the question of whether or not this motion was filed in good faith, such that clear and convincing reason exists, which further the interest of justice for the public. I mean, the judge will always approve that if the prosecution does that. Here the people have presented sufficiently reliable good faith reasons to dismiss without prejudice. First, the people believe that we are close to locating the deceased victim's body. The people's fundamental responsibility in the criminal justice system is not to gain a conviction, but to further the truth-seeking process. And, well, that's not how it is, though, is it? I mean, you guys will only try something if you know you're going to win. In typical homicide cases, the fact of the victim's death is rarely an issue, but in a case such as this, the most influential fact of consequence is whether or not Mrs. Morphew is deceased. It's kind of weird that they're even questioning that at this point. The weirdest part is the children. How they seem to just be, I don't know, man. I don't know what, I mean, I guess you want to believe your dad, If the body proves to be there, further forensic examination could potentially inculpate or exculpate the defendant, which is incredibly important evidence for the jury. So what they're saying is it could prove guilty or not guilty. It could be evidence of guilt or not guilty which is incredibly important evidence for the jury to hear in determining the merits of the case, given the need to conduct further investigation. Well, I guess a better way to say it would be like, you know, it's inculpate must be evidence that is for guilt, and exculpate is against guilt, right? Like when they always say, "Oh, you left out the exculpatory information." Well, that's the information that would have helped the defendant in a case. Given the need to conduct further investigation to resolve these issues, this is a good faith basis to dismiss the current indictment. Second, when the case was filed, it was mainly premised on the defendant's motive to harm the victim, his sole access to the victim at the exact time she was last communicating with anyone by phone, and his consistent dishonesty with law enforcement, which came to light given the truck telematics, phone, and location data recovered. The court functionality excluded the people's best evidence to move forward. Wow, they excluded that shit? Wow, that's crazy. In the case, by severely limiting our experts' testimony. Even if the court were to partially consider its position on the need for such severe sanctions at this late hour, the people would still be left without several key expert witnesses initially endorsed. Without this crucial evidence, and without the victim's body, the people cannot move forward at this time in good faith. Ethics demand that prosecutors proceed to trial only in circumstances where a reasonable likelihood of success exists. And yet, there are people on death row that didn't commit the crime. Which, given the court's current ruling and the uncertainty of any further rulings, is impossible to completely ascertain. This assessment of the remaining evidence is an additional good faith basis for this motion to dismiss without prejudice. Yeah. I don't know, it's pretty weird though. But why did the judge disallow some of these witnesses? This motion also protects the defendant as it spares him from jury's fast approaching and potentially unfavorable verdict. Well, yeah, maybe would have been unfavorable to you too, right? The defendant bond would be discharged and the case would be nullity. Be a nullity. In the event the case is refiled, the defendant retains all his rights to further litigation and perhaps collateral estoppel and issues already decided. As such, the defendant position would be no worse and perhaps even stronger should the case ever be refiled. The case law clearly articulates examples of bad faith. Okay, what about down here? Okay, here we go. The people spoke with Melinda Mormon Bama, the victim's sister, and primary representatives of the Mormon family. Miss Mormon, so here's what's weird is the family agrees with this. Miss Mormon Mamek relayed her agreement with the motion to dismiss and expressed her wishes that we ultimately resolve absolutely whether or not her sister is dead. I mean, listen, I know that you guys, you know, it's like this hope thing, like, yay. Don't you think, though, that she would have contacted somebody if she was out there? Yeah, so that says, the people also spoke with Andrew and David Mormon, the victim's brothers. They are also in agreement with this motion. For obvious reasons, the people have not endeavored to speak with Macy or Mallory Morphew, but would be happy to hear their position in court. That must be the daughters. As such, given the ongoing investigation, the state of... I mean, do the daughters think that their mom ran away? Do they really think that? As such, given the ongoing investigation, the state of the evidence, and the position of the victims, the people ask the court to dismiss the case at this time. This dismissal is in the best interest of justice, the people and defendant and the public. So you have that. You know, then there's some interesting stuff in this press conference right here.
They decided to dismiss the case, claiming that there is a body that they're close to finding up in the mountains that are snow covered by nearby where Mr. Morphew's house was. We have not seen any indication in any of the discovery that we've been given, which has been terabytes and terabytes of information.
What was Barry's reaction and the daughter's reaction when they heard this news?
Barry and his daughters are relieved, but they're sad because they too want to know she could have left since he was arrested. That were linked to the car jail cell. 5 months.
Yeah, you know, some of this is pretty interesting.
And now we've lost that ability to present the truth. That's what the courtroom is for. Could have been abducted. And the evidence is way stronger for both of those.
Yeah, they talk about the DNA. Remember the DNA that was from
anything far from Mr. Morphew having the ability
sex offenders that were on there?
His loving wife that he had for 30 years.
Yeah, maybe later, Tom. Was there something you wanted to call about on this one, or?
I am. I believe that if we had had a trial, the community, the people who have been searching for Suzanne, the critics, the suspects, would have seen the truth. They would have seen the truth in this case that was starting to eke out as we were doing and filing different kinds of motions and having hearings in this case. And now we've lost that ability to present the truth. That's what the courtroom is for, the truth. Everything outside of the courtroom is suspicion, is guessing, is conjecture, hunches, and that's pretty much where this community is sitting right now. The community wrongfully is going to believe that Barry just got away with murder. But you know what was about to happen? The prosecution was manufacturing a murder case. You've seen shows called Making a Murderer? That's what was happening here in this courtroom. They were making a murderer. Prosecutorial abuse has never been seen this widespread in my entire career of 30 years. These prosecutors have committed so much misconduct, and they're trying to escape it by filing a motion to dismiss in order to escape from all of that, and hopefully that maybe some other judge will allow them to refile it and ignore and put all this behind the curtain. It's not going to happen. The Morphews right now are going to live their life and grieve their missing mother and their missing wife. And they have to do something to try and find the means to move on, especially in the light of you hear the prosecution say the case is still under investigation. I'll tell you right now, I have not seen an ounce of investigation occur in this case since Mr. Morphew was arrested. And any investigation that has come from the prosecution since he was arrested points in every direction other than to Mr. Morphew. Every other direction. When CBI said that they called the sheriff, Sheriff Speasy, and said, stand down. You should not arrest. It's too early. It's premature.
Maybe he connected himself, hired a couple hitmen to take him away that were sex offenders.
They knew exactly what they were saying. It was premature because guess what? We're hearing it now 10 days before trial. No body. There's no evidence. And they locked Mr. Morphew up for 5 months in a jail cell. 5 months. Other people need to be locked up in a jail cell, and it's not Mr. Morphew.
What do you and Mr. Morphew think happened to Suzanne?
You know what? Because the investigation only pointed to the direction of Mr. Morphew, we don't know. Because law enforcement took absolutely zero steps to actually find out what happened to her. You know, searching Mr. Morphew's
one thing you want is an attorney like this if you're on his side.
Turned out to be nothing.
That's the thing.
70,000 hours, man hours to try and find her. Can't find her. Well, maybe.
See, everyone always hates when there's a defendant, the defending attorneys, because they sound like what she's saying right here. But if you were him, you'd want her in 2 seconds. So don't ever get all upset about the attorneys and all that shit. They're just doing what they're supposed to do, and You know, if you're not better than them, then you're not better. Just like in the Casey Anthony case, what's his face? I mean, he just absolutely smoked the prosecution. You know, he just did scorched earth shit. You know, throwing the dad under the bus and all this, and it worked, man. And I tell you what, if you were in the same situation, you would get the same one. Yeah, Jose Baez, right? You would want the same one. And this lady right here, she's just doing what she does, you know. And if she was in a trial, she'd probably be pretty good at making the jury go, yeah, that is kind of dumb. Yeah, what's going on there? What's up with it? You know, she would. So they better have every duck in a row. What they put out in that originally, I thought was amazing circumstantial evidence, you know. All the various places that his phone was pinging, the video of him, you know, I mean, it's just all these different things that were going on. But it's probably, they don't feel like it's enough when you have somebody like this, because she could just turn it around, shred it up, and so you need to have like this. The weird part is, if they do find her body, then that means something during this investigation led them to the body that was found, and that would be evidence in itself. But then, I don't know. It's just, this is a weird one. Frustrating. Right. So wait, let me ask you something, Zozo. If you knew that you killed somebody, but you didn't want, you didn't want to be arrested, you got a good jury, I mean a good lawyer, and you win, are you going to be bitching about it? Like you're that altruistic? Like you would go, you know what? Imagine winning knowing that he really did kill her. Oh, you mean her. I get what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. That's not a good feeling, I don't think. I think when attorneys, they just do what they're paid to do. They're there to vigorously defend their client. So even if they believe inside that their client killed or did something, they still have to defend them given the facts in the case. They can't harm their client on something they said. So yeah, it's pretty shitty, you know. I mean, it must be be hard to look in the mirror when you get home and go to sleep at night. You know, like the troll that we've got. He just looks at my face, you know. Yeah, I guess they never asked their client that. Yeah, but some of their attorneys were just...
It would be a thought if law enforcement used all their rich resources and they actually looked elsewhere, looked for her being abandoned, follow these leads that they had
I don't know who Wallace and Gromit is.
Of sex offenders that were involved in crimes in other states that were linked to the car that Miss Morphew owned and that was in her garage. Follow the leads. They didn't. They didn't follow the leads.
Because this case was dismissed without prejudice, like you didn't want to see happen today, how confident are you that they'll try to retry it?
They're not going to recharge this case because they're not going to find a body that was linked to Mr. Morphew. And the prosecution is saying right now in their motion, and I don't take much of their word to be true, actually, but if you take their word to be true, they're saying that they will not refile the case unless they find a body.
You think they dismissed charges because they thought they were going to lose this trial?
Yes, they absolutely dismissed this case at this point because they knew they were going to lose this trial.
I don't disagree with that.
Was going to be acquitted and exonerated.
I don't think he'd been exonerated. He just would have been maybe found not guilty.
Get those expert witnesses qualified back as far as if they follow discovery rules and try to refile without a body.
The expert witnesses.
You know, the thing is, if you have tremendous circumstantial evidence, you would win a case like this. If you had, it was just all lined up. The prosecution knows they don't have that lined up. They were hoping to get the body and that, and then boom, they would be able to do it. But they don't, obviously, they know that there's holes in their circumstantial information. And also, we did hear, remember that there was DNA linked to 2 sex offenders found on some of the, I mean, some really weird stuff, right?
Would not make a difference in whether or not they were able to convict Mr. Morphew, because our expert witnesses were not going to give them the evidence that Mr. Morphew was guilty. In fact, the opposite. Their expert witnesses were saying that this thing called the chipmunk map of him running around the house, not true.
Yeah, remember that, Regina?
They were
That's
saying that
stupid
the
was that.
airplane mode, not true. Every single theory that the prosecution put forward in their affidavit in order to try and get the judge, and did get a judge, to put him behind bars for 5 months, not true. Their experts were not going to further any type of conviction, and in fact, their experts
remember they had
probably were gonna
one-
help us get the acquittal fast and.
Do you guys remember, like, I don't know, it was a few months back when this all kind of came out? One of the detectives or somebody that was, like, removed from the case, he was just lambasting them, saying, man, there's no way that they should have charged him with the information they've got right now. You guys remember that?
And quick, that we know that Mr. Morphew was going to get if we had gotten to go to trial.
Now that this has all been settled and the judge made a decision, where do you and the Morphews go from here?
I mean, that's interesting how that all played out, isn't it?
Know that the Morphews have been
I don't think so.
under so much.
If they did T.
the
Baldwin,
Morphews
then
have been
they
under
would
so
have
much stress
gone on to trial.
and
I think
pain
she's telling
and
me.
agony.
It's somewhere in between.
Over the last 2 years, with the spotlight on them.
You're not gaslighting
And
us.
I don't have an answer to where we all go from here. I will tell you where I'm going to go from here. I'm going to do something
get a shot at
about
tequila, don't
prosecutorial abuse in this state and in this country. They get away with doing what they did in this case over and over again, which is why they continue to do it. And you know, in this case, they did it on such a high-profile case with this team that had to catch every single time that they lied and made misstatements. People who are represented by the public defender's office
Oh, look at that,
don't have the
all-female team
luxury
there.
of the resources that Mr. Morphew was
Sweet.
able to put forward. And so we wonder how many innocent people, how many wrongfully convicted people has the 11th Judicial District put behind bars based on the conduct that we're seeing in this case with this spotlight that it was. So my intent is to change the way that people perceive prosecutors who are peace officers. They're law enforcement officers, and they're held to a higher standard. And they certainly didn't show it here.
District Attorney
This might be a 4-hour one, you guys. I really feel like it. Oh well, it is what it is, right?
Barry was first arrested. Did it surprise you that this was the first time that she was in court in months when she was dismissing charges?
Yeah, frankly, it did surprise me that this was the first time I've seen Ms. Stanley in court, other than the 2 other times. So Ms. Stanley was in front of cameras just like this at the press conference, making unethical statements that she should not have been making, that the court issued a gag order on her in October of 2021 as a result of. Then we see Ms. Stanley for a second time in the preliminary hearing, asking some questions of Alex Walker in the preliminary hearing. And then the third time that we see Linda Stanley, the only other time, was when we subpoenaed the elected district attorney to a hearing questioning whether or not she knew that the arrest was premature. And Ms. Stanley did not quash the subpoena. Any other district attorney in the entire country is not going to just get a subpoena from a defense lawyer and stroll up to the witness stand and testify under oath. But Ms. Stanley did, because she's brazen about this case and about her wrong beliefs about it, and seems to be so doggedly, honestly, ignorant about the case that she had. And when she testified, Ms. Stanley said under oath, the reason I fired Joe Cahill, who they've thrown under the bus and ruined his life, this individual who was the lead investigator in the Morphew case from day one, she said, the reason I fired Mr. She didn't use the word fired, but she said the reason why I wanted him let go and off this case was because he didn't follow the script that Mark Hurlbert gave him regarding the CODIS match, regarding this unknown male sex offender that was the DNA that was found on Suzanne Morphew's car. That's the only time, 3 times that we've seen Miss Stanley. And then today, yes, I was extremely surprised that she came in, and she came in, and this actually follows a communication I was having with Mr. Hurlburt about the missing discovery in this case, where I emailed both him and Miss Stanley. And this is in the pleadings. It's an exhibit in the pleadings. It's actually attached to D73 Exhibit 1, where I include her asking, where is the raw data from the cell phone towers? And the response that Mark Hurlburt gave me was, why are you including Linda Stanley in these emails? She has nothing to do with this. Why are you including her? So I actually said, well, I'm surprised you're asking me, because she was doing a press conference. She's at the preliminary hearing. Her name is on the affidavit to arrest. She's the one that wanted this arrest of this man. She came to the preliminary hearing. She's the one that's in charge of the entire case, and yet now you don't want me to email her and involve her in the discovery issues that she's responsible for? That was shocking. So those are the 4 times that I've actually had any kind of interaction with Miss Stanley.
Did you know this was coming today?
You know, I didn't know a
When I was
dismissal
listening,
was
I
coming
just turned up the volume on the
today,
speakers.
although the writing was on the wall as a result of the judge's absolutely very conservative
Thank you,
findings.
Mary
Honestly,
Harris.
the judge should have dismissed
Mary
this case.
Harris.
I don't fault the judge. The judge didn't find there to be willful, a pattern. He found there to be a pattern of neglect and reckless conduct. But we believe today we had more information, more discovery violations, that we believe the judge would have been able to misconduct and dismiss the case. So I'm not surprised in that the way that the case had landed, that they had to dismiss the case under, they believe that evidence was so critical to them, and they stated that it was critical to them. I'm just surprised it happened today.
You say that there's no evidence in the case that points to Mr. Morphew. How would you classify the needle sheath that was found in the dryer and the text message that was sent?
That's great. I'm going to talk about the needle sheath. So the needle sheath, we don't know where that needle sheath came from. We don't know what it was used for. We don't know if it was used for Suzanne Morphew's port that she had, because she had a port as a result of her chemo. We don't know if that needle sheath was used because Mr. Morphew is a diabetic. We don't know
Which one is that? That the one that was let go, Dennis, or somebody else?
Things. That needle sheath didn't have Mr. Morphew's DNA on it. That's what it didn't have on it. It had other people's DNA on it, including law enforcement officers.
Right.
But so we know it wasn't cleansed in some way. So it had, and it was just lying at the bottom of a dryer drum with a bunch of other clothes and sheets. It wasn't, in a pair of shorts that were Mr. Morphew's as he's walking around and had his DNA all over it. And or Miss Morphew's DNA, for the matter. It didn't have her DNA on it either. So that's how I explain this red herring that the prosecution tried to use as a method to get everyone excited about how he could have murdered her, because there's no blood anywhere. So how could he have done it without any blood? So they allegedly found.
Hey, you know what you should try sometimes, Zozo, is using names that people have heard
10
of.
days after they had searched the entire dryer. The whole dryer was searched, photographed, swabbed, everything. And 10 days later, it was an aha moment. We played in the preliminary hearing where the police officer finds this needle sheath and you hear it drop, clink, 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 clink. And he calls back to his fellow officer and he says, hey, do you see this? I have something that's going to make you very happy. Quote. That's the needle sheath.
See? Nobody's heard of that.
And the texts that are found in Miss Morphew's phone, it's funny that they produce one text message in her phone of messages that we know are
Plato's
pinging
never
all
heard of
over
it
the
either,
place.
but she
And
looked it
something
up
that we
really
know,
quick.
they keep saying there's proof of life. What the prosecution knows and the public doesn't know is that her phone was making phone calls when she was supposedly dead on March 9th in the evening. Her computer was working on May 9th when she was supposedly dead. So the evidence that has been revealed through the affidavit is incorrect and false. So that's
See, she could put all this stuff out there to a jury, and they'd probably be like, "Oh my God, yeah, geez, whoa, whoa, whoa," And the thing is, you have to have on the prosecution side be able to refute with, proof that the jury goes, "Oh yeah, she's," and then they start looking at her like she's nuts, right? But if it's vague, and you can't do it, really disprove what she's saying, then all of a sudden you're in a bad place as a prosecutor.
That's what I think of those two evidentiary items.
Oh, I guess that's a breed of dog. Never even heard of that
It
one.
takes really a lot of people to fight the government.
Thank you,
so
Jessica
right here,
Schubach.
there's 7 of us standing here, and it's been, and there's more that just aren't standing here, but there's more people that have been involved in, cataloging the discovery and indexing what we have, knowing what we don't have, and including, the experts we've had to consult with to figure out really what the truth is. So, it's been a
I wonder if
massive
there's stuff
effort,
behind the
and,
scenes they go, man,
if
this looks
Mr.
bad.
Morphew didn't have the resources, he could be wrongfully convicted. And that's a statement about our
Could
justice
be.
system.
Did you hear that?
Is that
Oh.
prosecutors are so
Isn't that interesting? She kind of slipped up there with their little, I'm so sure of this, I'm so sure of that. But she goes, he could be wrongfully convicted. Well, no, you're supposed to say, he would be wrongfully convicted. Because you are absolutely sure, right? Let me hear that again. She blew it,
he
man.
could be wrongfully convicted.
Could be wrongfully
and
convicted.
that's a statement about our justice system.
No, I thought he would be, right? Because you're...
prosecutors are so powerful. They wield such threat to our safety and
little
peace and justice,
Freudian slip there, if you will.
and they've used it in this case. And who knows how many other people that don't
Hey,
have
Kit
these
Kat, thanks for the
resources they've
tacos
used.
and some Kit Kats.
Thank you.
Just have you say and spell your name really quick.
Yes, my name is Iris Eaton. It's spelled IRISEYTAN.
And back now, it's going to be live outside the courtroom. Apparently, it's up in the mountains of Salida, snow-covered, snow-packed area there.
20 tacos for $20.
Well, anyways, that's it for that. That's the update there, you guys. They have withdrawn their charges without prejudice, meaning they can recharge again when the snow melts and they promptly run up there and find the body, right? Does anybody think they're going to run right up there and find a body really quick once the snow melts? I'm just wondering. It just doesn't feel like it, but I hope they do. But you know what? I used to always say in this case, the greatest thing for true crime would be this. If he was actually found innocent and had nothing whatsoever to do with it, it would be the greatest thing ever for true crime, because everybody who saw every look that he did, including me, when when he gave $100,000 in that first press conference, I was like, come on, nobody just does that. Wouldn't it be amazing if he was completely innocent? It would be absolutely crazy, wouldn't it? Man, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I don't see it happening, but I think it would be the greatest thing in the world, because it would just show you that the assumptions that everybody makes all the time, and how people look, and this kind of thing, and that, and this, and how you can spin evidence. I think it'd just be incredible if it was completely unrelated at all. It'd be awesome. Because it would, almost every Chris Watts person was like, oh, we got it all figured out. We got it all figured out. Well, maybe, let's see, right? Because there have been some kind of interesting things. I see him as guilty based on that circumstantial evidence that we were looking at. How they were moving around inside the house, and then poof, she goes missing. It just would be pretty interesting. You think about that. What do you mean that about some? Why do you keep thinking about that case, Stevie? Yeah, think about some other cases from time to time. All right, let me get to. So that's it on that one. Now I'm going to go over to Prisma Reyes. All right, so here we go. We got Prisma Reyes. We covered this one. Let me go find that one in here. There it is. Boom. We have this one just dialed in. It's been a while, but yeah. So where was that? Like she was over at the E-Bar Tex-Mex there. Is that where? That's where she was, right? And then she did something where. Was it right here? Now I can't remember exactly what the driving thing where she pulled out a gun. But I mean, this is where the E-Bar Tex-Mex was. And then she parked her car exactly where that pin is right there. It was actually blocking this road right here. And then one of these gates opened and she ran in. Oh, darn it. Man, here we got the allergy thing again. Man. I don't know what you're talking about, Stevie. So this is the Prisma Reyes case. This girl right here. Now let's watch this. Man.
On a spring day in April 2019, 26-year-old Prisma Reyes vanished.
She actually ran through the open gate.
And I've said it before, how somebody can just disappear like smoke in the wind. She was confused. She didn't know where she was. She didn't know what was going on. She thought she was talking to one person, but she was actually talking to somebody else.
This day she disappeared in Dallas.
So remember that she was at a bar here with her boyfriend, and they were arguing, and she stayed there for a while after he left. And then when she left, she got into her car and had a road rage incident where she pulls out a gun. Okay. This is one of the weirdest stories there ever was.
She's on a lunch break from her job at a car
right
dealership in Mesquite and having lunch with her ex-boyfriend.
We have them on camera during that. He leaves. She goes back inside the E-Bar.
And she drinks.
Stayed for another 3 hours until the bartender refused to.
And so look where the E-Bar is, really close to here. Actually, it's not far away at all. It's just right here. There's the E-Bar. Apparently she drove out and there was a road rage incident somewhere around there, but then she ends up getting right here. I mean, let's see how far that is. It's only 0.31 miles, probably 0.4 walking.
To serve her any more drinks, and she was upset.
You don't know this one? Jeez, are you kidding me?
Prisma got into a white Jeep, and phone records track her initially heading back to Mesquite, but then turning around and going back to Dallas. According to a Dallas police report, 3 witnesses say a woman in a white Jeep pointed a gun at them. They call police. The next.
How can you guys not know the Prisma Reyes case? We've covered that one like 20 times, and a lot of times over the years. I mean, it's insane. She goes into an apartment complex. She's seen by an elevator talking on a phone, and then poof, disappears off the face of the earth. Nobody's ever seen her since.
Video shows Prisma arriving at the Olympus.
So she parks right there in front.
Parks right there. It looks like an alleyway.
Yeah.
See that? So there she is. Let's go right down to the scene. You'll get to have the shorter version of the story. I actually have I've interviewed one of the guys that she was talking to on the phone while she was standing in front of the elevator there, because we got the phone records were released. So this door opened up and she ran in. I think I have these somewhere. Let me see if I can. I wonder if I still have the. Hold on. Okay, maybe it's that one. Is there a Premiere file in here? No. Okay. So here, I'll show you this from my videos. So this is her after she ran in. Let me see if I've got the other videos. Hold on. I actually did a 3D thing. Watch, look at the.
Hell, maybe she's got a bad back. Who knows?
Right there. See, I put a car. I was just trying to prove where this was, and it was right in front, right there. Here's the video of her at the bar. Just talking to somebody on the phone. Apparently, she talked to her babysitter for a long time there. Yeah, remember that? Southern Gaal. Yeah, that's right. That was cool. So she's just sitting in here, and she met up with her boyfriend. And then look at this. So the car pulls up here, and then apparently, look at this. She jumps out of her car. Can you guys see that up there? And while the door's open, she runs in before it closes. Right there, right? And now she's running into the building that her ex-boyfriend lives in. Okay? So she runs in, and we've already went in and figured out where all these different spots are. One of the freaks actually went in there and videotaped the entire garage, everything. So we had it all. But look how she runs in, and then it starts shutting. So she timed it to beat it. Okay, and then again, this is just her standing around. She called like 4 or 5 different people, and I actually got a hold of one of the people that she was talking to, and I have an interview from him.
Hell, maybe she's got a bad back. Who knows?
And that's me. I think she was obviously tipsy in this video. You can see by the way she's. In a minute here, you'll see how she kind of just staggers around. But she just got done drinking at the bar and had quite a few drinks and pulled out a gun on somebody on the street. But look at her. She's just sitting there. I think she's like really intoxicated, like really buzzed at this point. I mean, not like drunk where you fall over. But
I'd like to see the
This is me.
It's only
recording.
I'd say about 8 frames a second, maybe. Usually, video's 30, but you can tell it's not really smooth or anything. Well, it could even be like 12.
That was me. That's actually my voice on the video there. Okay. Again, like she parked right exactly in front of here, got out of her car, and then ran inside as that gate was open, and then she stands by the elevator there.
But it is a street, and she's blocking it.
Where her ex-boyfriend that she was having lunch with lives.
So she runs through the gate, and then she goes to stand by the elevator.
This is where she calls a bunch of people.
We spoke to everybody on her phone.
They put all this stuff on
that she
there.
called leading up to her disappearance.
Can't you just put the video?
All of them tell us that she sounds upset.
The next videos are new. Police had never released them until now.
There's a camera on this side pointing down this ramp, but she walks underneath it.
It is hard
to
see,
at right
but
back
you can
there.
tell
See
it's Prisma in her red shirt back in the garage.
She kind of stumbles out of view of the cameras. Nothing else is
But
captured.
where
and
is
she
that?
Just
Wait, hold on. I still have the video from our buddy? There it is, Suntex Gal. Hold on. Oh, man. Is that the one? What is this stuff? No, that's not it. I'm just trying to find Suntex Gal video. Is this it? Hold on. No, it's a PNG file. Yeah, it was Southern Gal. I don't see her videos in here. That's too bad. Let me see if I can. Southern Gal. Let me see if I can find somewhere else. Let's see.
She comes over here, she's on the phone.
These are the last images of her. Her stepfather says just before she disappeared, she was calling a bunch of people she knew.
She was confused. She didn't know where she was. She didn't know what was going on. She thought she was talking to one person, but she was actually talking to somebody else.
Mesquite Police Detective Dustin
here they
Barrett
are.
has been on the case since the beginning when they got a 911 call from Prisma's babysitter saying she hadn't picked up her little...
Yeah.
All right, hold on. So here she is. She actually said we could use these a long time ago. So that's inside. It was. I guess it was on YouTube. Oh shoot! Yeah, because she snuck in there. Let me see if that one's not good. But it was really wild what happened, because that's her ex-boyfriend's apartment. They were arguing at the restaurant, and then she disappears in the same building that he lives in. It's not playing. Well,
little boy. That triggered a missing persons report.
So the first video we have of her is here at the E-Bar.
Detective Barrett walks us through the videos from that day she disappeared in Dallas.
Nothing too terribly unusual.
She is on a lunch break from her job at a car dealership in Mesquite and having lunch with her ex-boyfriend.
We have them on camera during that. He leaves. She goes back inside the E-Bar.
Prisma stayed for another 3 hours until the bartender refused to serve her any more drinks, and she was upset.
Have her leaving the E-Bar.
Prisma got into her white Jeep and
there she was
phone
leaving the
records track
E-Bar.
her initially
You could tell she
heading
went
back
off
to
the curb
Mesquite,
there.
but then turning around and going back to Dallas. According to a Dallas police report, 3 witnesses say a woman in a white Jeep pointed a gun at them. They call police. The next video shows Prisma arriving at the Olympus on Ross Apartments.
She parks right there. It looks like an alleyway.
Yeah.
But it is a street, and she's blocking it.
I mean, they got her all over video, but never leaving the building.
So she runs through the gate, and then she goes to stand by the elevator.
This is where she calls a bunch of people.
We spoke to everybody on her phone records list that she called leading up to her disappearance. All of them tell us that she sounds upset.
Yeah, my call. That's what the guy told me.
The next videos are new. Police had never released them until now.
There's a camera on this side pointing down this ramp, but she walks underneath it.
It is hard to see, but you can tell it's Prisma in her red shirt back in the garage.
She kind of stumbles out of view of the cameras. Nothing else is captured, and then she just disappears off the face of the earth.
Yes.
The closure we don't have is we don't have anything. She walked in and just vaporized and disappeared. We don't have any other clues or nothing.
Dallas police found her white Jeep right where she left it parked. Inside was the gun she displayed in the road rage.
So she was obviously in that much of a hurry to where she jumped out and didn't grab it.
Dan Fuchs says Prisma bought the gun for protection.
She had felt like she had been being followed, like she was being stalked.
Police say they have ruled out everyone she talked to that day as suspects, including her ex-boyfriend.
How would somebody be able to follow her inside?
She has never used her phone or
that
debit
doesn't make any
cards
sense.
after that day. So what do they think happened?
Now, what's she doing over there? She's just wandering around?
She stumbled and met the wrong person.
Hey, you didn't show us that
Including
before.
Her ex-boyfriend. She has never used her phone or debit cards after that day. So
See,
what
now
do
she's
they
going the
think
other direction over there.
It could be human trafficking. She stumbled and met the wrong person. When you leave that complex, if she walks a couple of blocks in either direction, she could have ended up in an area where it wasn't the safest for her.
While her case has made national headlines and police have exhaustively searched for her, there are no new leads or clues. Independent forensic analysts are going through all the videos again to see if they missed something.
I was surprised at the lack of camera footage.
Come on, yeah, I know you're hungry.
Hoping for that one. The National Guard's.
Okay. I wonder, let me see if this is the guy right here. Hold on. For sure.
I don't know, but I know that she wasn't making any sense. And
Okay, you guys want to hear one of the guys that was on the calls while she was there? You want to hear one? Because I actually called him and interviewed him. One of them. Prisma Reyes case was talking to when she was near the elevator, just based on the amount of time on the call. Is that something? Is that a reality, or was it before that? Or?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it was then at that time. It could have been, but all I know is that when she did call, I mean, honestly, she was.
And so I'm calling a number that was on a list of phone calls made while she was standing there.
Making any sense.
Yeah, so it seemed like she's had a few drinks for sure.
I don't know, but I know that she wasn't making any sense. And another thing is, she thought I was somebody else.
Oh, really?
She called me a different name.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
So she called him her ex-boyfriend's
I don't know if she dialed me by accident or what, but I mean, she was just very frantic, very annoyed, very pissed off, and it's just.
What
yeah.
do you remember what she was pissed off about, or what she was saying?
I guess she was looking for that guy that at that apartment that she was with.
Oh, 3
that
years
she was
old.
at.
Huh?
The boyfriend Ryan.
Yeah. And I guess she was trying to call him because she kept calling me his name and saying that what room you in? What room you in? I'm like, what are you talking about?
See?
The whole time I was like, what are you talking about?
See, what room are you in? What room are you in? That's the apartment complex of her ex-boyfriend. They got in an argument. She was angry leaving the bar. She had a gun and threatening people. Then she goes to the apartment complex and calls this guy, but she thinks it's her boyfriend and says, what room are you in? What room are you in? So she's looking for her ex-boyfriend.
I'm like, tell me the number. Tell me the number. I'm like, okay, what number? And that's when she was like, your room number. I'm like, she goes, your apartment number. And I'm like, I don't have an apartment. I live in a house. And that's how I knew. And then that's when she mentioned his name. And I'm like, oh, that's not me. Who are you trying to read?
That's funny.
So,
so then you said, oh, no, this is so-and-so. And then you see on the video, she kind of chuckles. It wasn't that long of a call, right? Like 2 minutes.
No, it wasn't that long a call. She called me actually twice. The first time she called me all frantic and yelling and screaming, then it hung up. Then a few minutes later, she called back. And that's when she got into a longer conversation, and I don't know.
No, she had a lot of drinks, Julia. Nobody slipped anything.
Well, what's weird is
on
the call log, it has you at 5:57 for 4 minutes, and then another call for 1 minute after that. It doesn't have one prior to the 4 minute long one, which seems
it might have been the one after. It might have been the one prior, the one after that. Because, like I said, one of them was longer than the other.
Mm-hmm.
It was a while back, so.
I see. That's weird because it looks like she called you at 5:57.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, let's see. 5:57, and that lasted 4 minutes, but somehow she called you again at 5:58. I'm not even sure how that's possible mathematically, though. I mean, if you call it 5:57.
She called before the first time.
Yeah.
The first time she called, it was shorter. I know that for a fact. Then the second time she called, it was a little longer because the phone just hung up the first time she called.
Oh, I wonder
she
if
didn't
they
say very much.
Maybe that's just reversed. So what kinds of things was she saying to the...
Nothing. She was just looking for this guy. She was knowing, I know you're out here, tell me what number you're in, and all frantically, man. I mean, she had to have been not in her right mind.
Yeah, well, you see her. They just released some video of her drinking at the bar.
They only have her in the parking garage.
She runs over the curb and bounces up in the air. And then she got.
Don't you remember there was another story too when she that somebody saw her on another level next to there was like an open trunk and she was sitting on the ground. Remember that part? I don't know if that's ever been confirmed or anything. And by the way, that's really me typing that in. That's if you shift your hands over, it's like, hey, how's everybody doing? Got in a road rage.
Really?
Yeah, and then she got in a road rage incident. The paper is reporting that she actually pulled out a gun and pointed at people, and then she drove way away to go home or back to work or something. Then she came back all the way back, and then went to the apartment. Apparently, she was out with him at that same bar. They met there having drinks, and then he left, and then she stayed there for an extra hour, and then got cut off, and then took off. And I bet you she just started. Something happened. She was probably her mind started
I didn't
boiling.
know that. Yeah. None of that I knew, because I told them because I talked to the detectives and everything, and I told them, did you look into that guy? Because that dude was a violent guy.
That's right, crying by an open trunk.
From what the stories that she would tell me. I mean, they got some kind of history that wasn't good.
Yeah,
it didn't end up good.
Quite a bit older than her too, I think.
Well, you can say whatever you want, LM, but that doesn't make it true. I don't think she was drugged at all. She was drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking. She kept drinking. They cut her off at the bar. And then she got in her car, and then she was just pissed off. And she was standing there, very tipsy, and that's it. Okay? You don't have any evidence at all that she was drugged. I know that's the popular thing to say, that she, that someone gave her a date rape drug, but there'd be no reason to do it. There was nobody with her at all. Her boyfriend was there and then left, and she stayed in the bar for another hour. So he sat and waited around. Come on. It's not always the cliche answer.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but yeah, as far as that story you're telling me about that second part, I didn't know nothing about that.
Yeah, that just came out yesterday. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I know that, because she sent me a text that morning about how she was.
No, I don't agree. Well, I'm sorry.
Having trouble with the people that were where she was working at, and how she was, I don't know, she was just so frustrated with them. Yeah. And I don't know if that's what triggered everything. So.
No, she
what
didn't
kind of
lock
work was
herself
she
in a
doing
trunk.
at that place? Because I thought she was a paralegal.
I think she was just a receptionist.
Yeah.
No, she was working some car lot thing. At that time, she was working at. She was a paralegal, but at that time, she was working for some car lot.
Yeah, she probably hated that job. I was just thinking, go from paralegal to a secretary. Yeah, so that's probably what she was saying in those text messages
car rental.
that you're
Yeah.
saying.
Well, there was those people. I mean, they were just they were bad.
That's right.
There were
There you go.
other women that didn't like her. So.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Well, did you?
That's what I think she was.
Did she text you quite a bit during that day?
Just like that.
No, just in the morning, like I said. But then after that, I didn't hear from her because I was work too. I didn't hear from her the rest of the day until I got that phone call out of nowhere.
I wonder if that's how she called you. Like, sometimes you go to your text and then you hit the dial button. You can call.
Yeah,
them.
probably. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Like I said, I was surprised to get both phone calls. And when I realized on the second phone call that she actually wasn't calling me, she was trying to call someone else.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, your calls are 557, 558, and then there's 3 more calls actually. But the last call on her phone is 601. So, I mean, you're within 4 minutes of the last phone call ever made on that phone. It's pretty crazy, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't see how they could say on those reports that there was nothing wrong with her, that she looked fine, which is, it's bull. You can tell on those videos that she's, she's moving around, kind of.
Yeah, they've actually, even the father, I remember originally, like Dan Fuchs was saying that she doesn't look like she's drunk. That's just the way she is. But now he realizes it. I mean, they even have, they have her on video, and she was actually cut off from drinking at the bar, and then she got upset about it. And
oh, really?
And then she left, and you see her car kind of bounce over the curb. Yeah, go check them out. Just look up her name now, and there's these new surveillance.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
And one of the things that's interesting that you might want to see is that she pulls her car up right outside the front of the where the gate is, and literally just parks right in front of another street. We kind of figured that out before, just based on that one image that was released. But she just parks there, and then you see the time. It's 5:47, but the thing is, I think she sat in her car for a couple of minutes, because the next video doesn't have the time on it, but she actually runs in behind 2 cars that go in, and she gets in there just before the gate starts shutting.
Really?
Yeah. So she tried. She was so what's interesting.
She was waiting for somebody to go in so she could get into the gate.
Right, and just prior to that. So let's see, I know what the number of the boyfriend. Yeah, so at 5:54, 56, and 5:57, she tried calling the boyfriend. And then all of a sudden, she talks to you, literally in the same minute. It's your number twice, so those are probably errors. She probably meant to keep calling him again.
Yeah, that's what it probably was.
Wow, that's
so. Like I said, she mentioned a different name when she talked to me the second time, and she wasn't really. I mean, anything that I was saying, she wasn't really paying attention to it.
Yeah, it's like she was just really mad. Like she thought you were him, exactly. and she was going off on him basically. She thought you were him. Yeah,
pretty much.
God, that's so wild. Even the detectives are stumped. They don't know where in the hell.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
It's bizarre.
I know. It's crazy.
But man, I really appreciate you.
No problem. I'm still, you know, I'm still wondering, you know, I'm still like, it's in the back of my mind, you know, just still, what happened?
Do you mind if I play some of this? I mean, this is all just innocuous. It's not like I record stuff so I can go back and review what was said. But do you mind if I won't have your name on there or anything, but I can just.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Gosh, it's so it's interesting, and I don't know how was she a good friend of yours, or I mean she might still.
Yeah, I mean I've known her for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry that this is all going on. It must be kind of creepy for everybody. Like she just, and they actually think that here's what
I
they
was just
said.
keeping him on the phone. He's like, "Get the hell, we're done, aren't we?"
Wasn't at the apartment when she was there. But then a friend of mine actually had a good point and said, well, he must have came back at some point. How do you know she wasn't still there? Because they don't have any idea if she even left the building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
how do we know
that is weird.
And they did say that they do know when he came back. He didn't tell me exactly when that was. But they do have it coming back. And then he was going to go try to explain how. But he goes, well, I can't tell you that.
See, that's
well, anyways, that was about it. We're just kind of rambling on. So anyways, let me get to I got these videos now. So this is her walking around outside. I don't really need to watch all that. Coming around the corner, I think they're about ready to get to that's the part where a car was stuck. And then there's a gate. I'm just fast forwarding. Okay, now this is the part right here. So Prisma went into that when that opened, but somebody propped it open that day, so she was able to walk right in. Right, so here she goes. She walks through this entrance. So she didn't have to sneak in. I mean, I guess you're still sneaking in, but... so then she walks around, I think, and then around the corner here is where the elevator was, where the surveillance shot was, right here. This is the elevator that Prisma was standing in front of. No, she met with her ex-boyfriend, yeah. Nobody forgot that at all, LM.
It's video.
You're just really focusing on trying to get date rape drugs involved when why would the guy leave? He would have just waited for the drugs to take effect and help her out. Instead, she got in her own car and stayed at the bar for another hour and drove around, pulling guns out, tried to track him down where he works, and then he turned around, drove all the way back, and went to his apartment complex. I'm trying to get a look at that other spot. Was it right over there? Where she was walking on that video? Yeah, so that feels like that, right? Hold on. Right there, right? Let's see if that makes sense on the video that we just got today. Let me open that up again. 19. There it is. Prisma Reyes. Gonna open this thing up.
Bar.
Detective White, according to call police.
She parks at this street.
Boyfriend
Gate, and then
is where she calls.
So everybody to her discipline.
Now.
There's a camera on this side.
Okay, does that look? Let me see. It looks like there's this little deeper place there that I don't see in their video.
Pointing down this ramp, but she walks underneath it.
It is hard to see, but you can tell it's Prisma in her red shirt back in the garage.
There's another elevator
She kind
right
of
there.
stumbles out of.
Weird. Huh. I don't know. Crazy. But she was filming where cameras were too, so we could see that one. And she goes back outside. But anyways, at least there's some new footage in there of her wandering around, but they don't have any evidence she ever left the building. That's weird. With all the cameras and everything, they don't have her leaving the building. And so that makes you think that something happened to her in the building and at some point was, transported out in a vehicle. And whether that's somebody's vehicle that's related to the boyfriend or not, ex-boyfriend, we don't know. Really crazy though, everybody. She just vanished inside this hotel. It's interesting how this story isn't bigger than it is. It should be right up there with some of the other huge mystery stories, but it just isn't. And you always wonder how that actually happens. Like, what makes it, like, for example, what was the one in the Elisa Lam, for example? How does this any different than that one? You got her on in video, again by an elevator, doing some weird shit, and she walks around, never leaves the building, and disappears off the face of the earth. It's an apartment complex. We might have to do another Prisma Reyes night where that's all we're doing from the beginning. Oh, really? I haven't heard the detectives say that they have her getting off on an elevator. Yeah, I remember the part about exits not being covered. Yeah, we've done the Heidi Plank one. That one's crazy. I check every once in a while for updates on that. Hey, by the way, for those of you who got here late, look at this cool at CrimeCon. I ordered through this company look at these little amazing like notebook thing for me to pass out. It has a pencil on it, and actually, literally has some. You can take notes on it. So, Dennis, if you're there, man, I'll give you one of these. I'm just handing them out. I only have 100 of them though, so. Yeah, Cheryl Coker though was pretty much solved, except they haven't. The husband hasn't been arrested. That's so amazing in that case. That's just like Morphew, except they actually found the body and he's still walking around. That's a joke. That case, they should just go for it on that one. The Cheryl Coker case that still no arrest has been made in. Are you guys familiar with that one? See, that's the one benefit if you've been always on this channel following it for 2 or 3 years now. You have this vast array of cases that you know about, where if you're coming from other channels like The Grifter or all these other, they're just one-trick ponies, one case over and over and over again. When they go on to something else, nobody watches them at all, and it fades away into oblivion. Right? So they just keep doing it again. It's sort of like they've learned that they got to just keep covering the same thing. So what's kind of cool is that you guys have like hundreds of cases that we've gone over. You could literally, you don't remember every single one of them with details. Everybody picks the ones that are really have a lot of info, they just catch your attention a certain way. Now, we've already done Heidi Plank. There's no new, I don't have any new information on it. She just vanished. Yeah, we just mentioned that 2 minutes ago. I did too. The Coker case to me is shocking that they haven't made an arrest yet. You've got a guy who admits that he was at home when his wife was home and went missing, and then her car is found at a shopping mall. Then they see a person in all dark leaving the car. They track him through the neighborhoods. They walk right back to the house and go back behind the house. And then later you see him at a Walmart or some shit wearing all black. That case is they should just go to court with that one. Plus, they had this open relationship thing, but you just couldn't fall in love with the other person. Well, he had just taken another woman to Florida with his daughter. Then they come home, and then Cheryl takes their daughter to school, comes back home, and poof, she's murdered. Give me a break, man. That one couldn't be more obvious. But they just might not think they have, and they even have the body, for God's sakes. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. All right, so we got one more to do here tonight. Finally got to Orsolya Gaal. Right. So here we go. We're on to that one. We'll see how long this takes. Who knows? Let me get to the there. Oh, by the way, there's a couple new pieces of information. Two different things. That she was alone at a bar for 40 minutes near her house prior to going home that night. And there's one right here, the Desert Rain Lounge. And look how close this area is. I mean, what if this person actually had their car parked here and followed her and left their car here, followed her home somehow, I don't know how, maybe he saw her there and he saw her in there and knew that she'd be home in a while, so parked around in this area, then went over to the house over here. Hold on a second. And then goes over to her house and murders her, and then he takes her all the way back over here, drops her there, walks back to where the car was, and takes off. Huh? What does Cheryl Coker have to do with this? Yeah. But what do you guys think about that? All right, here we go. Ex-handyman lover who knew of spare key is sought by cops. That's pretty crazy right there, right? So here we go. Cops want to question a former handyman lover of slain Queen's mom, Orsolya Gaal, who had intimate knowledge of her home, including where the family kept a spare key. I wonder, that's just really wild. The man, who has not yet been formally identified as a person of interest, but the person carrying the duffel bag, it looks like a younger person to me. And maybe this person is a younger person. A handyman, what if it's just sort of a young 25-year-old, 24-year-old, 23, 7, who the hell knows? And, it's weird because this is kind of what we are thinking, that it was somebody who has rage over like rejection or something like that. The man who has not yet formally been identified as a person of interest or suspect in the gruesome slaying is believed to have had a romantic relationship with the 51-year-old married woman or married mother of two before the affair went south. Huh. And so he'd been in their house, and where was the husband during all this time? It's unclear when the relationship began and ended, but according to sources familiar with the case, the man knew where the family kept a spare key at their well-kept... I mean, this absolutely makes sense here, though, right? At their well-kept Forest Hills Tudor, and would have been able to access the home without breaking in. Huh? Yeah, let's see. I'm just reading Georgina Stoliker's. She's up there having a couple cold ones, I can tell. Let's see. Been access. Gaal was stabbed nearly 60 times. It's 58. Sometime in the wee hours Saturday, inside the front of the home, with her corpse then taken to the basement. Sources and authorities have said she was stashed in a black Bauer hockey bag similar to one belonging to her kids, and the pouch containing her body was then dragged outside and dumped it's actually exactly a half-mile away, leaving behind a trail of blood, cops said. Police believe the killer knew Gaal because there were no signs of a break-in, and considering the violent nature of the crime, they suspect the attack was personal. See look at how accurate we were, you guys. See, the thing is it's not solved yet, but see, this is what, like, after you've been covering all these cases for so long, it just kind of, you have a feeling of what is likely what they're looking for. So we don't know if that's really what happened here, but they're looking at the exact same types of things. You know, when you have somebody that's stabbed or beaten with multiple blows, that there's usually a rage, something that they're very angry about. Now, serial killers do that kind of stuff because the victims a lot of times are proxies for some other thing that they're doing, you know, working on in their brain, you know. So police believe the killer knew Gaal because there were no signs of a break-in, and considering the violent nature of the crime, they suspect the attack was personal and fueled by anger, specifically towards her, sources said. But the grisly slay did not appear to be premeditated, sources said. Yeah. Detectives, you know, maybe this is somebody that went over and tried to, hey, you know, can we hang out one last time? And she kept rejecting him, and he just got really angry. You know, like they said, it went south. He probably stalked her, went over to the house, tried to, you know, see what happened, you know, see if he could get her, you know, be with her again or something. And she was like, "What are you doing here? Get out of here!" And he just went nuts, and he stabbed her a whole bunch of times. Yeah, maybe that's the guy, Shogun, to meet at the bar. And maybe she said to meet him, well, I don't know, but why would she go to the bar if they're that far, you know, they're not even dating at all anymore? And why would you go to a bar that close to your house to meet a guy that's not your husband, where everybody that lives there would be like, hey, whoa, look at, there's I don't know. That part's a little bit weird to me. If you want to kill somebody, you try to make it a little cleaner, be a little more prepared. He didn't go with something to move her body. He took something from the house, right? So he went there without having a way. I'm not sure what the reason was for removing her from the house. That part doesn't make sense, no matter what. Maybe he was felt shitty about what he did and left. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, we've all said that, right? This is one of those weird. It's weird because of how careless the crime is, and like where the actual duffel bag was left. I'm sure with that kind of blood, there's lots of DNA there. The source added. The killer, huh? Hello. Hello, who's this? Okay, yeah, I didn't even know that anybody was calling in. Hold on, let me fix this thing. Okay. Hey, thanks, Cairo. I mentioned you earlier how you got the Amber Alert, but they found that girl she showed up, but they're still looking for the vehicle. Okay, I'm sure with that kind of blood, there is lots of DNA there, the source added. The killer's DNA has got to be in that blood. It's not a clean scene. Huh. There's lots of DNA there. The killer's DNA has got to be in that blood. Yeah, so maybe that did happen where his hand slipped on the knife.
Sad I missed all the updates, but I've been driving through no service having Mississippi all night. I'm sure it was a great show though.
It was pretty good. Had a few trolls early on, but cops are also looking to speak with several men Gaal had been texting with before her death. Jeez. So what's going on with her? Was her husband aware of all this? Sources said as detectives plastered posters around the neighborhood offering a $3,500 reward in exchange for tips. Why does somebody keep calling and hanging up? It's ridiculous. Up to $3,500 reward for information, and that's her picture with her and her dog. That's the individual right there. Thank you, dreaming girl. Okay, let me get these other articles. They're starting to repeat stuff now. All right. On Saturday, April 16th at approximately 12:40 a.m., an unknown perpetrator stabbed 51. So now they're saying that they know the time now. 12:40 a.m. But what's amazing is it was 4:30 a.m. when he dropped the body off. Was he just hanging out there for like an hour? Unless, Daily Mail had that wrong. An unknown perpetrator stabbed 51-year-old Orsolya Gaal multiple times, causing her death. The victim was found inside a duffel bag along Metropolitan Avenue. NYPD source told, because remember the surveillance shot walking was 4:30. When you see the killer pulling the duffel bag, that was 4:30. But investigators weren't given the warrant till early evening, costing them valuable time in gathering evidence, sources said. So let's see. New York Police Department sources told the Post on Tuesday that detectives had asked the Queens District Attorney's Office for a search warrant shortly after tracing the blood back to Gaal's house Saturday morning. But investigators weren't given the warrant until early evening. Wow, that's a joke. Costing them valuable time in gathering the evidence. Hold on a second. Yeah, too late. That's the troll calling in. Yeah. The DA's office did not immediately respond to a Post request for comment. That sucks. Yeah, they had to get in there in the evening. But they did get... Well, when did they get the kid out of the house? Wasn't that in the early part of the day, though? On Tuesday afternoon, the family electrician, Arjuna Jack, stopped by Gaal's home, which is still wrapped in crime scene tape, after he heard that she had been killed on the news. I'm very startled, said Jack, 30, adding that he was frequently at the family's home to do electrical work, as well as some power washing and painting. I wonder who that guy is. Sounds like a handyman. I know her very well. Her husband's very nice. Her 2 sons are very nice as well. It's very sad. Jack called Gaal very beautiful. Yeah, that's a little weird there. Electrician. I mean, she just got murdered. A little strange. Jack called Gaal very beautiful and said that as far as he could tell, the family didn't have any issues. All right, hold on. Let me get this. All right, 727, you're on. Hello.
Hey, Gray, how you doing?
Pretty good. Who's this?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, who?
It's Jerry. I called you yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
We spoke a little bit.
Yeah, I was just trying to get
How are
through
you?
these articles. Pretty good. What's going on?
You know what? I saw an article in the Daily News this morning. And it's almost similar to the Post. It's a little bit different, though. And if you want, I'll read a little bit to you. But it says cops are investigating the brutal slaying of a Queens mom and are focused on a man they believe had a romantic relationship with the woman.
Yeah,
police sources said. They said the NYPD has stopped short of identifying the man as a suspect because they don't have enough evidence against him, including whether he's the person seen dragging the woman's body from her home. And then they go on and say that.
But I've got 2 other articles. But I've got 2 other articles I was going to read, so I don't know if it's in those. So I don't.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You want to read those? I'll get back to you.
Well, the thing is, I was going through the articles. I wasn't even taking calls yet. But what did you get from it?
It says the cops are also concerned that they label the person of interest. He might surrender with a lawyer and refuse to answer questions. But they talk about the time that you were talking about, the same thing, that they said that she was in contact with 3 men on the night before her death. She was in Manhattan till about 11 p.m. at the Lincoln Center, and then she went back to a bar near her home.
Yeah.
And they're looking through her phone for texts and messages to suggest who she might have met at the watering hole.
Yeah, they kind of mentioned that. There's a bar that's kind of near the home. It's like They said that she was there for 40 minutes.
That's what it says. Same thing. It says the man who later entered through the back door and attacked on the first floor and the basement, stabbing and slashed on 50 times, blah, 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 blah. You know, when I was talking to you last night, it was kind of funny. I can't hear everything that's going on, but I said something about her son being maybe a possible suspect.
Yeah.
And when I said that, how could a 13-year-old like stab his mom 60 times and not have, not be seen any evidence? And you were saying, oh, well, there'd be blood or cuts, but I was talking about more his mental state. That how could a 13-year-old do that, and then the next day be interviewed by detectives and not like crack?
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with it. That's what I'm saying.
No, I don't either. I think it's this guy, and they said he worked with her and like did some work in the house, stuff like that.
Well, they were in a romantic relationship, so that's kind of weird. I mean, how do they know all this stuff? Did friends come forward? I mean, did the husband say, well, yeah, my wife was with the... I mean, that's kind of weird. And then he had intimate knowledge of the inside of the house, so she was bringing him inside her home, or was he somebody that... Well, I heard in one article he was a handyman that she was having a relationship with, so he would be very knowledgeable of the house, and then knew where the key was and so forth, right? I mean, so he wouldn't... Maybe they didn't have their rendezvous in the house, but he was aware of the house because that's how they met as a handyman.
The one thing I said before that I find interesting is that cops are also concerned that if they label him a person of interest, he might surrender with a lawyer and refuse to answer questions. So I think they know who this guy is, and they're just trying to gather more evidence, or maybe DNA or anything else that might connect him to the situation.
Well, hopefully he did leave his own DNA, cut his hand or something at the scene. I'm sure they're gathering that right now, trying to collect the various DNA samples. Hopefully they're not mixed. That causes issues when they're mixed up. But if you can isolate droplet over here that maybe came from the suspect, boom, you can just you got it, man. Just do genetic genealogy and you got it solved. Takes take a month, but
no, I think you're right, and I think they know who the person is, but they're just trying to gather more evidence before they bring him in for questions or whatever.
Yeah, they would just compare his DNA. Like they would just get a warrant, compare the DNA, and say, "Boom, your blood's at the scene, buddy." Right. So it's either going to clear him or not, but they'll be able to do that really quick. Yeah.
Yeah, and even they said a couple of years ago, her husband called up and said she was missing. Then, like a half hour later, they called back, said he found her, and I don't know. There's something going on here. Like, and again, I don't know if she was having affairs with other people. I don't know the whole story about it, but it sounds like, like according to what I was reading, it said that she was in contact with 3 guys the night of this happening, and then whether she met somebody at that place or
I wonder if she was on like one of those dating sites, like Tinder or some shit. It's kind of strange. It's kind of odd. It's just, to me, it feels odd. 51-year-old. I mean, she's very pretty and everything, but it's like 51 years old, has 2 children, a husband, and you're out there, chatting away and having affairs. I don't know. I mean, I guess that stuff happens, but it seems like at that age you're kind of giving up that stuff a little bit. But I don't know. That's pretty wild.
By the way, your chat room is crazy. I don't know how you keep up with all that.
Yeah.
I was watching this for like 3 hours, and I went through all the cases you did, like the girl in Kentucky that was missing at the truck stop, and then the girl who was missing at the elevator, and to me, it's pretty. It's not always black and white, but when I was watching you talk about the girl in Kentucky, didn't they say something about her being in the Korean War, which was that in the 50s?
Well, I think they said she was stationed in Korea. So they right now it's just a demilitarized zone, but she had to be there for 4 years and didn't get to see her kid just after she gave birth, I guess.
Yeah, do you remember that movie with Kurt Russell called, I think it was Breakaway or Breakdown or something like that? And in the movie, his wife was abducted at a truck stop, and then they find her, and he follows them to a place, and she's in a barn under the floor, and it's a bunch of good old boys, and it's like, yeah, I'm like, when you was telling that story, that's all I kept thinking about was, geez, like crazy stuff.
Oh, sorry. My dog's, she's trying to get his teeth clean, and she had to go catch him. Yeah. I mean, I think I was going to watch that movie, but I never did. I remember seeing the commercials for it. It's not really, it's like, what, 15 years old maybe? Something like that.
Yeah, it's really dark, and I saw it in the movie theater, and you know what? It'll make your stomach turn a little bit. And, you know, in the end, the guy gets his wife back, but it's dark. It's really dark, and
yeah,
I feel bad when I hear these people talk about people disappearing like that. You know, you want to say, oh, hopefully they'll be found, but you know, you and I know by doing all these cases you talk about that it doesn't happen that way. You know, most of these people don't end up being found alive. It's just horrible. And,
yeah, I mean, especially when they just disappear out of the middle of nowhere. They're hardly ever, it's hardly ever a good scenario. But you know, there's always hope, I guess.
Yeah. There is always hope. You never know. And like I said, it's just a shame that people get murdered over somebody being jaded or somebody being jealous or somebody, you know, not feeling right because the girl said, "Leave me alone," or breaking up with somebody. It's just. But I got to tell you, man, I give you a lot of credit. I don't know if I could sit in that chat room again for 3 hours. It's like, you know, it's just a lot of crazy stuff going on there. You try to keep, I see how you try to keep it somewhat under control, and it's almost amusing.
Well, it's hard, you know. Sometimes people just want to talk about what they're talking about, but you know, the thing is that, you know, one of the things that you know, the freaks are the freaks. So they've been around a long time, but it does get a little bit demoralizing when you're going over a case and people aren't talking about what the case that you're talking about, you know. But rewind mode causes a big problem with that, because somebody might have came on and started talking about one of the cases I talked about. They're watching an hour ago, and we're not talking about, and they start typing in as if they're live, you know. So.
Yeah, no, I get it. Anyway, I appreciate what you do. You do a lot of work when you talk about all these articles. I know you must read them before you talk about it, and you stay on top of it. Like, you know, you really do a good job. It's
well, thank you.
You don't get paid enough.
That's what I always say. Always say. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, hey, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you. Have a good one.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I cut you off with your articles. Have a good night.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. If you want, you can email me that one, and I can see if because I got 2 more here, and there's still more to this one. But
yeah, just put your email in the chat room. I'll try to send it to you.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. Bye. I'm putting it in there right now. Okay. All right, there it is. All right. So I guess we got another call here already. So let me just finish reading this article though. So let's see. It says, but investigators weren't given the warrant. Yeah, we did that part. So I know her very, very well. Her husband's very nice. Her 2 sons are very nice as well. It's very sad. Jack called Gaal very beautiful and said that this is a electrician, and said that as far as he could tell, the family didn't have any issues. She's a very happy, jolly person all the time. I see her all the time jogging, Jack said. They are a very beautiful, quiet family, very happy all the time. On Friday evening, Gaal headed out with friends to see a show at Lincoln Center. So maybe we could type that one in. Where's that? Lincoln Center. Okay, so Lincoln Center. Okay, right there. So somewhere right around in this area. So they went to the show at Lincoln Center. All right. So that was one of the places she went. Before returning to Queens at around midnight and hitting a bar in the neighborhood where she hung out for 40 minutes alone, apparently waiting for someone, police sources said. Well, that's interesting. So who was she waiting for? You see, that's the thing is, you know, whoever she was waiting for, they knew she was going to be there and what time she'd be there. So that's interesting. And they obviously, maybe they never showed up. Samson Cornejo, whose father owns 5 Borough Cafe on Austin Street, said Gaal was a regular at the watering hole, but added he's not sure if she was there late Friday. Her house is a 10-minute walk. Really? I think it was a lot further than that. I was just looking at it. So let me see how far that is. Hold on. Now it's only a half mile, so yeah, so that makes sense. So that's the Burro Cafe. There's 3 bars right here, though. I saw the bag where they found it after I left that night. I drove by it after leaving here. Wow. I couldn't believe when I heard. It smacked me when I saw her picture. Gaal's 13-year-old son was home when cops went to the house Saturday morning after his mother's body was discovered. The boy was upstairs at the time, and there's no indication he left the house at all overnight, sources said. Gaal's husband and 17-year-old son were out of state. They're actually in Oregon, Portland, Oregon. In May 2020, Gaal was briefly reported. That's a bullshit story there. Doesn't matter, other than the fact that she went somewhere between midnight and 8 in the morning. Maybe she was seeing somebody else on that night. You know? Given the recent attack on a woman in Forest Park and the general uptick in the crime, seedy characters in the neighborhood, I sought info here to get a mace pepper spray for my runs in the park, the Post states. Huh, who said that? About a month later, she posted an anonymous message to a community on Facebook page asking for information on how to buy pepper spray. She said, given the recent attack on a woman in Forest Park and the general uptick of crime and seedy characters in the neighborhood, I sought info here to get mace. I wonder if she was like into sort of, you know, I don't know. I mean, it sounds kind of dumb, but like role playing, scary. You know, she has that one image where she's walking on the street at night, and I don't know. Something was just really strange about this whole thing. Let me get this one. Hey, 512. 512. Hello, 512. Are you there? Hey.
And my sweet gray baby, and sweet little blue baby, and Chloe baby, and all the sweet babies.
Hey, what's going on?
And well, I hadn't wanted to be a big mouth as the new year started, but I think I do have a song right now that maybe it wouldn't bother anyone if I sang.
Okay, well, if it's a quick song, because I got more articles to go.
It is. And can you hear me okay?
Well, you might have to turn it up a little bit.
And this song, you know, all of the everyone that loses all these victims, we don't show that we love them, and then they're gone. And so this is a song. It was really written for my grandmother when she passed away, and I had just missed calling her on her birthday.
All right.
So,
well, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Everyone should share their love while we can, because anyone could be a victim and leave us any day from any kind of thing. So, all righty. This is just with love for everyone, and I'll play it quickly, and I hope I play it very clearly and that it touches somebody. Okay. Well, I didn't even call you on your birthday. Now it's too late, for you have gone. I wonder if you know this grieves me so dear. Somewhere are you? Where I sing this song. I sing this song with such regret and sorrow for all the things I wish I'd done.
Hello?
on putting off till tomorrow. So hard to face it when tomorrow cannot come. 'Cause I didn't even call you on your birthday. Now it's too late.
Well, you should have called me on my
For
birthday.
you have gone.
Boom. Well, there you go. You did it. Hello?
I couldn't tell. I thought I kept hearing you, but I wasn't sure if you were telling me you couldn't hear me or whatever.
No, I said no. What I said
y'all-
was you should have called, right? Because you said I didn't call you or something like that. So that's all I said. But hey, thank you.
Oh, well, God bless everybody. And be sure, and don't, if you're running, I was actually running late to work. And I said, well, I'll call as soon as I get off of work, and then it was too late. And then the next thing I knew, she had passed away, and it was her first birthday that I'd missed calling her. And you know, don't put off things for work. Don't put off things for anything, because these tragedies happen. They're waiting around every corner. And I will say another thing, Ray. When I was listening to it, I've tried to just keep my mouth shut and not call or comment and stuff. But it's easy not to be in the chat too much, and I don't even want to ever get in any more trouble. But I have, when I lived in Vegas, and my car broke down and I'd have to be walking and stuff, I started carrying a big stick with me, and I've had the cops pull over when I was walking to work and say, hey, why are you walking with that big stick? And I'd say, 'cause I get sick of the jerks that pull over and ask me how much. Because there's so many hookers and people just approach you. And I have had guys that they pulled over in broad daylight when I lived in Anaheim on a small street. And they say, oh, come here. And I leaned down to see, and they had their private part out jacking off. And I picked up the biggest broad I could find and started throwing them at their car, and they dang took off.
Wow.
But you have to be the aggressor. You girls, we can't let these jurors be the aggressor. We be the aggressor. But anyway, I love all y'all. I won't hold up all the time and everything, but I love all of y'all. I'm sorry if anyone I ever called a mean name or something. I love y'all, and God bless y'all.
Well, thanks
And
for
thank
you for the song and calling in and telling the story.
Well,
All right.
bless you.
All right.
Adios, amigo.
Have a good night.
Mwah. Good night.
All right. See you later. Bye bye.
Love y'all.
Bye bye.
Freak baby through.
All right. Dreaming Girl. Awesome. I'm
recording stopped.
I'm turning off the entire thing now, so. All right. So it appears that I did have that article, because when he sent me the article, I put it in my folder and it replaced the same one that I already had. All right, so let's go to this one. This is the NYPD one. I think this is the one he just sent me. It's the same one. All right, so here we go. Man who had a relationship with Queen's mom, Orsolya Gaal, eyed by NYPD. Cops investigating the brutal stabbing death of Queen's mom, Orsolya Gaal, are focused on a man they believe she had a romantic relationship with, police sources said Tuesday. The NYPD had stopped short of identifying the man as a suspect in the married woman's murder because they don't have enough evidence against him, including whether he is the person seen on the video dragging Gaal's body away from her Forest Hills home in a duffel bag. Cops are also concerned that if they label him a person of interest, what a stupid thing to admit out loud, he might surrender with a lawyer and refuse to answer questions. Well, hell, he's getting one now. It wasn't clear how Gaal 51 met the man or how when their relationship ended, but he has previously been in her family Tony Tudor style home and may have done work around the house, the sources said. Gaal was in contact with 3 men on the night before her death, law enforcement sources said. I mean, that's incredible right there, isn't it? Hey, Jenny Penny, how's it going? We're almost at a 4-hour mark here. All right. Gaal, married with 2 children, went out last Friday to see a show in Manhattan near Lincoln Center, then arrived back in Queens at about 11 p.m. and headed to a bar near her home. See, one of the bars near her home that I think is, closer, obviously, is there's one right here called the Desert Rain. Let's see if that's a place that looks like she would even go to. Because she doesn't seem like she'd go into like a dive or some shit like that, which that one looks like. Yeah, she's not going in there, right? Wait, hold on. What is this place? Wow. Well, apparently that's the Desert Rain Lounge right there. Maybe it was converted into one. And, so I guess she did go to this one from time to time. So maybe we could just say that it was that one. Yeah, I don't think she was going into anything like that. Let's see. Gaal, married with 2 children, went out last Friday to see a show in Manhattan near Lincoln Center, then arrived back in Queens at about 11 p.m. and headed to a bar near her home. Investigators have determined, and then police are combing through her phone records looking for calls and texts that might suggest she was supposed to meet someone at the watering hole. They've got to have that information. She left the bar after about 40 minutes and arrived at her home on Juno Street by herself. The man who killed her later entered through a back door and attacked her on the first floor and in the basement. Wow, so attacked her on the first floor and the son was just upstairs. He might have been playing a video game or already asleep if it was 12 something, right? So let's see, 11 p.m. and 11:40 she got home. The man who killed her later entered through a back door and attacked her on the first floor and in the basement. So I think the person... You think that the person was waiting for her when she got home or just went into the house later? And she was mostly stabbed in her neck and upper body. She also had wounds on her hands indicating she put up a fight. Her 13-year-old son was sleeping upstairs, oblivious to the bloodshed. Doorbell video from a nearby home shows the killer about 4:30 a.m. on Sunday. So, man, I wonder what time he got there. Was he there at the house for like 4 hours? That's crazy. Wheeling the duffel bag containing Gaal's corpse away from the home. So she got home, and 4 hours later, she's being wheeled down the street in a duffel bag. So he was there for a long time, because that entire route that the duffel bag took was a half mile. So it was probably about 0.3 miles at the point of the surveillance shot. That would have only taken 5-6 minutes at the most. That's pretty crazy. Hold on. Ding 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 ding. Whoa! What's going on, Blue? Blue's getting more cranky. Come here, Blue. Come here, buddy. Come here, Blue. Blue, come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah. What are you growling about, Blue? What are you growling about? okay. Jesus. I mean, he's just like getting really cranky, man. It's weird. Not sure what's going on with that. Next, there was something outside they wanted to get?
No, they're weird. They're just barking.
Wow. On Tuesday morning, cops put up $3,500 reward. My arm is killing me now. Unbelievable. Okay. So let's see. We dumped the bag just outside Forest Park. So we have all this stuff exactly where it was. So this is exactly where the house is. Right here. So let me just show you for people that aren't familiar with it. It's right here, this house right here, and apparently you drive on the left side to go back there. So that's the house, and the killer must have walked around the back and knew how to get through a door back here, maybe with a hidden key or something like that. And then he took her body out and went, most likely, this exact route right here, because the surveillance footage was taken exactly right here from this house right here, filming across the street, and he's walking the killer actually. Let me just move this to right there. He's walking from on the shot from about right there to about right there, pulling the duffel bag. Okay, then probably, I mean, this has to be the route, because to get to this street, and this is where you were, there isn't really, I mean, you do some crazy stuff to go backwards again. And so this will be the most likely way, because you aren't going to come down here and then go up and then back. So he probably walked just like this. And then this is exactly where the duffel bag was found, right next to, it's amazing that even on Google Earth, even though it's covered, that little manhole thing is still right there. I mean, that's pretty amazing that they were able to pick that up. So the square manhole is right there, this thing. And then right past that line right there, it was right here, is where the duffel bag was kept. So that happens to be 0.5 miles. One of the callers from yesterday suggested that maybe he was trying to get the body and put it in this park, but got spooked. But, you know, maybe if this was the bar she was at right here, he parked his car around here and then walked over to her house, maybe, knowing that she'd be home at some point. I don't know. I mean, I'm just throwing out, just guessing there. And then after dropping the duffel bag off, walked back to a car that was parked in this area and took off. Something like that. Maybe she was willing to meet somebody at a different bar that she didn't normally go to, so that she wouldn't be identified, even though it's closer to her house. You know, maybe none of her friends would ever go to a seedier type of bar. Yeah. Anyways, let me get back to the article here. She was a wonderful person. There's nothing bad to say, she said. She always had a smile on her face. Well, it sounds like, you know, I mean, she was cheating on her husband, right? I just hope they find whoever did this. Gaal disappeared once before on May 29, 2020, when her husband, Howard Klein, called police at 7:21 a.m. and said she had left their home at 12:30 a.m., so like 7 hours earlier, to go for a walk and had not returned, but then she did return at about 8. So was she on an affair on that trip too? Because that's what I suggested last night, was maybe she was meeting up with somebody. So that's the only way it would be relevant. I mean, what's funny is people saying, oh, is it like another Papini story? No, it really isn't, because that story involved somebody living. You get what I'm saying? Like, that story involves somebody living. This is something totally different. Her body was then put in a tote and moved down the street by somebody. So no, it's not a Papini story. That one was a total joke, that one. The younger son was questioned by police and released to the custody of an adult Saturday. After the murder, Klein reported getting a text from his wife's phone, and it told police he is worried for his family's safety. You know, it would be really crazy if the story developed that the husband was communicating with the ex, like the ex. I mean, what a perfect person. Wouldn't it be crazy if the husband was communicating with the handyman ex-lover who's really angry at her, but also willing to, get some funding out of it? Wouldn't that be a crazy twist if that's what it turned out to be? I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just throwing out a scenario that's not very likely, but it's just really strange that, like, how did this guy know that the husband was going to be out of town? Right? So those are the elements that I'm using for that one, is that somebody knew that the husband and son were out of town, and she was somewhat alone with a 13-year-old there. But you could also say that there's various people that she was texting that would have absolutely known that she was there by herself. She was texting 3 different guys. And maybe, when the husband was away, she was out doing whatever she does. She probably had a secret life that nobody knew about. Yeah, I just said that, Lillian. Yeah. So she could have told any number of the people she was texting that, hey, my husband's out of town, but it seems like anybody that she would be texting that and would actually volunteer that information would be somebody that actually likes her, or she likes them. And so that wouldn't be somebody that would have the rage to stab somebody that many times. So I don't know. I wonder if it was like, hey, can we have a drink together? And maybe she said, I don't know. I'll tell you what, my husband's out of town. I'll have a drink with you. The guy that she was with before but dumped. But he never showed up, because now he knew that she was going to go there, and he goes over to her house and waits for her to come home. But then again, wouldn't he think, well, shit, she's going to have a drink with me? Maybe, I don't know. This is just a weird story all around, isn't it? Yeah. Why in the hell weren't? What are you talking about, Charlie? Nobody has any idea what that means. Hey, thanks, Deborah Thornburg. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, well, he didn't warn anybody. He said, you're going to be next. I don't know. I think he was trying to spin off. I think now it seems kind of obvious that the text messages are a ruse to sell a different, like, suspect background. Like, now it's like, you put me in prison. Wow, now we're looking for this other kind of person where he knows he was a handyman. Let's say that's the guy. He's a handyman, and now he's going to put in text messages to take the trail off of him. Right? Doesn't that make more sense? I don't know what that means, Amber. Gray, what if reminds me of those movies? Man, you guys. Whew, wow. I don't know. Maybe he was aware of her behavior. How does somebody know that she was having affairs? All of a sudden. I mean, that was out like right away. So was it one of her friends? Well, actually, cops, she's been seeing somebody. Or maybe he was aware, right? Yeah, before she was placed in the duffel bag. So she wasn't dismembered like people say all the time. Let's see what this one is. The New York Post has a bunch of stuff in it. So this one says, Queen's mom, Orsolya Gaal, sat alone at a local bar before she was slain. Married mom, Orsolya Gaal, sat alone at a Queen's bar for 40 minutes, apparently waiting for somebody, before she went home and was fatally stabbed and stuffed in a duffel bag. Gaal, 51, has spent time in her Forest Hill backyard Friday afternoon before heading out with friends. I don't think that has anything to do with anything. Hanging out in the backyard. When she returned to Queens, Gaal sat alone in a neighborhood bar as if waiting for somebody before returning to her well-kept Juno Street home. According to sources, it's unclear if the mom had met... see, here's a part that's spooky. Is like, what if she was on some of those apps, and then was just going to meet up with some random guy, and maybe she'd already communicated with him. So hopefully the police have that information. But it wasn't, again, like they say, it's a good observation that it wasn't planned, because they used one of the kids' duffel bags, and it doesn't sound like they were... I wonder if the attack happened in the kitchen and he grabbed a knife out of the kitchen and used that to attack her. And that means it was all sort of like he's rejected again and then goes into rage mode and stabs her 58 times and then searches around in the basement, finds the duffel bag, stuffs her in it, and leaves the house. But man, he might have been in that house for 4 hours. That's what's incredible about that. I don't think she was an escort or anything. She's probably just like, man, I'm so pretty, and she probably got a lot of attention by guys, and I don't know what happened there. When she returned to Queens, Gaal sat alone in a neighborhood bar as if waiting alone before returning to her well-kept Juneau home. According to sources, it's unclear if the mom had met up with the person she appeared to have been waiting for. Investigators believe Gaal's killer entered the family's home and killed her on the first floor and then took her body to the basement, sources said. Investigators believe Gaal's killer entered the family's home and killed her on the first floor. Okay, law enforcement sources have said cops believe that the killer knew Gaal, given there were no signs of a break-in at the home. Right, but that's true. But that doesn't mean she let him in, right? This person had knowledge of a key. And the ferocity of the attack on her indicated the anger against her was extremely personal, which we all said. The suspect had stabbed Gaal 58 times in the neck, torso, and left arm. Authorities said her corpse was then stuffed in a black Bauer hockey duffel bag, similar to one used by one of her kids, which was one of the ones of her kids. And the pouch was dragged outside and dumped in a spot less than a half mile. That was exactly a half mile, according to authorities. Gaal, who was found inside the bag just after 8 a.m. Saturday, died from sharp force wounds to her neck. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner said Monday, ruling the death a homicide. And there it is, the duffel bag, and there's even blood on the sheet there. She was also discovered with possible defensive cuts inside of her fingers and on her hands. Gaal's husband, Howard Klein, who was a partner and founder of RK Equity, an advisory investment firm focused on lithium-ion battery and technology metals, had told the Post he was out of town when the slaying unfolded. Klein was reportedly with the couple's elder son. 17 touring colleges at the time. They were in Portland, Oregon. So it's to me, somebody knew that the husband wasn't going to be home, and she was communicating with a bunch of three different men, one of which they're looking for. I don't know if that's one of the ones she was communicating with, was somebody that she was having an affair with that used to be a maintenance person at the house, you know, doing stuff around the house, and they had access. They'd been inside the house and they knew where the key was. So I don't know if that's one of the three people. We don't know, but here's the thing: was why would she be contacting one of the guys she used to be with, unless she was going to go do something with that guy sexually, let's say? And then, if that's true, why would he then stab her 58 times? I mean, it's just kind of a weird thing. This is somebody that was like scorned, and and is really angry at being pushed away, So everything about it is weird. Like if she was going to meet the guy at a bar, why would the guy feel that way? So this guy seems like it wouldn't be one of the ones that she communicated with. The three men, because if she's communicating with if one of the three is that guy? Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, and so maybe, what if that was one of the guys and that guy had gone to the same bar with her before, and then went to the bar, saw her walk into the bar, and then got really jealous because he thought she was meeting somebody else, because he called her up or something. They were communicating. She's like, hey, we're done, man, we're done. And then he goes to the bar that they normally go to and sees her go in and assumes that she's meeting somebody there. Then gets really angry and goes home and waits. Goes to her home and waits for her. Something like that. I'm just going through a scenario. I mean, there's like 1,000 things that might be the case. I'm just trying to picture how that would work. Like, if he is one of the three men that she communicated with, then she would have rejected him still, because now maybe she's talking to two other guys and whatever. And then he goes to the bar that they'd always been to. I don't know. Now, it sounds like a first-time deal, Charlie. Yeah. It was really unprepared, ill-planned, really shitty. The police even say that. And we were kind of all talking about the other day, right? Right, Lillian? Come on, Lillian. Where are you, Lillian? There you are. Yeah. Yeah, but see, here's the thing, Regina. Your comment when you say cheating or open marriage or whatever, no one deserves to die like that. Who said that she did deserve to die like that? See, it's always weird when it's almost like people feel like somebody's saying, whenever you bring up something about somebody, you say something like, well, yeah, this lady, she's been a prostitute or sex worker for the last 5 years. She, as if because you're saying that means they deserve to die. And nobody is saying that at all, okay? So you don't need to come in, you don't need to have the little qualifying statements. There isn't a soul in here that thinks she deserved to die because she may have cheated or been having extramarital affairs. There isn't a soul in here that thinks that. So we don't need to have the qualifying statements. People always do that when they're commenting. They put in this little wording to, almost like an apology or something. You don't need to do it. Okay? Nobody here thinks that. The only thing it makes you think of is that she might have had another type of life going on. And we go back to the 2020, when she disappeared at 12:30 at night, and she shows back up at 8 in the morning. Well, where the hell was she? What was her excuse that time? Was she with another guy? And was that even maybe this guy that we're talking about right now? And so that's it. It's the victimology part of it. You don't need to explain away and try to. All right. Just letting you know. And I'm not picking on you. Regina Carter. I'm just saying, you don't need to say that in here. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, you see husbands after you get divorced, right? Sometimes if you divorce them, they'll chase you down, and sometimes they kill the person, right? So that could be something similar, but now it's just another guy that she met on the side, and they have that same rage feeling that the husband had. Regina's probably mad at me now. How dare you, Gray? Yeah, maybe. She's 51 years old. What if she's being blackmailed? Oh, God, I don't know. That's just a really far stretch right there. I tell you what, if that turns out to be true, Louise Haraway, I'll send you a hoodie, okay? Yeah. It's that. I'm that confident on that. However, you might be right. Miraculously right. Let's see. Well, you guys, that's it. I don't have any more to go over tonight. All right, but we've already been on here for 4 hours and 13 minutes. Yeah, so what if he was cheating? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter who was cheating or anything. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like, why does everybody keep throwing out these qualifiers to try to sort of mitigate what somebody... All we know right now is that the wife had been cheating at some point. That is nothing... that is no statement whatsoever on that, like, oh, she deserved to die. Okay? There's nothing in there for that. Anyways, thank you guys for all the support on the show tonight. I appreciate it. Dennis Stewart said, "You got to send me one of those notebooks." Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see. I'll keep one around. Oh, you're not going to CrimeCon? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I hope you guys like the show. Regina's probably mad at me right now, stomping off in a corner. But nobody, there isn't a soul in here that thought that she deserved to be murdered because she cheated on her husband, right? Nobody needs to put those qualifiers out there. No, I'm not going to jail. I was good. I was good tonight. I don't deserve prison. No way, man. I mean, I do better on the show financially when I go to prison sometimes. Sometimes. I mean, you guys have been, like, keeping me in there. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff right there, right, Jen? A lot of stuff going on tonight. All over the place. Man, it's crazy. Morphew. I mean, geez. Man, like 6 topics. All interesting. I guess she's mad at me. I was hoping Regina would say something. Yarg! Okay, well, let's see. So thank you. Early on, I think that was... What's going on here? Wait, I gotta close this down. Remove that. Can I get that one out of here? Oh, is that... I don't remember. Who was the first person to do the freak wave? Wasn't that Zozo tonight? I can't remember. I can't see it. Thanks, Loretta Reyes. Alright, so I think that was Zozo, I think. Then LM, Cheyenne R, One Sly Angel, Slim Dog, Fred, Cindy Leon, Boston actress, Jillian, Book Chatter, Mary Glaviano, Candalee Woodward Stone, Lori Fisher, Kathy Freidenmaker. Wow. Just shot way down there. Alley Cake, Tawny Lee, Amber Maiden, Janet Drums, It's a Crying Shame, Mom of 457 Rose, Loretta Reyes, Quit Your Bitchin'. I like that one. Quit Your Bitchin'. That's hilarious. This is the name right here. Sandra Turner, Alifair M, Sleuthin' Sandals, The Velvet Army, LM, and then Bonita Moreno with a double cat eye donation. And all you have to do is you have to send your address, and then I ship it over. And I don't save your address. You can ask everybody else who's won multiple things. I don't still have it. Ange Tech Sun, Eugenie, Sandra Turner, Lynette Burns. A second, gotta get that one in there. Lynette Burns, who said, her comment was funny. Sprained my thumb today, feeling bitchy. Give me some extra mean or say something nice. Doesn't matter. Great show. Nikki 124. Thanks, 80s baby. Mary Harris, Jessica Schubach, Tracy again, Mary Harris, Jessica Schubach, Kit Kat, Cairo, the man on the move.
Forgot to send him my super chat.
Oh, thanks, Chico's mommy. All right, tonight we're going to do the tumbler, okay? It's going to be the tumbler instead of it's going to be the everything tumbler, the one that you see on the screen right there. So, Cairo, Dreaming Girl. Thanks for the song, Dreaming Girl. Eugenie, Deborah Thornburg, and then Loretta Reyes. 80s Baby and Chico's Mummy.
Chewbacca?
Is that Mummy?
Oh, I'll do Chewbacca.
Oh, Chico's Mummy, not Mommy.
Enjoyed the show.
Oh, thank you. It's Chico's Mummy. Yeah. And then on PayPal earlier, we had Rochelle Black, Jennifer Lessiter, Paulette Leonard, Heidi Christensen. She said, "Thank you, Gray, for the great job you do and for dealing with all the crazies." Sounded like our buddy that called in. Lisa Murphy, thank you. And Susan Tonarelli. Gerald H. said, "Thanks, Gray, for keeping it real." And then Madeline Davis. Thank you very much. And then also from Lillian, says, "Keep up the great work," from Lillian. Thank you. Except it had a different name again. It always throws me off. And then Professor Pug. Thank you. All right. So now we're going to go get this wheel out here. Let's see. Maybe I'll do, how about like I do 2 everything mugs instead of 1 tumbler? What do you guys think? Wouldn't that be better? Because 1 tumbler almost is the same price as 2 everything mugs. The black mugs with the everything on it cost me they're way more expensive than the regular white ones. Would that be good? Yeah, let's do that one. That way there's more chances. The tumblers are pretty sweet though. You know, if you ever want to get one of those, ask anybody that's got one. They're pretty good. Yeah, you got to give more chances to win. Oh, wow, that's not it. Jeez, what happened there? Oops. Oh, there we go. And we gotta go get the music out now. Where is it? Man, I can't believe I was able to do this. My shoulder right now is so sore. It's crazy. Because yes, I got my second booster today because I'm going to Vegas and want to be, you know, feel more confident walking around. All right, here we go. Wow!
Yeah. This is PIR, Portland International Raceway, with the biggest thing since the Pinewood Drag. We have Rod Rader, a retired astronaut, with his hydroelectric car. It's guaranteed to rip up the road right in front of your face. We also have Jim Hansen with his Beavermobile, the only car that knocked down trees at 200 miles an hour.
Are you guys ready? Hold on. We're gonna get some 2 winners tonight. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Well, I'm walking down the street and I had to stop. Turn up the radio and drop the top. Okay, here comes the spin. Here we go.
Mind blown.
Candalee Woodward Stone. Candalee Woodward Stone. All right, here we go. Here we go. Another one. Tracy! There you go. Bam! Yes, our buddy Tracy, the long time free. All right, everybody. Awesome. That was awesome. Anyways, thank you guys for supporting the channel. I know it's not like, oh, I'm only doing it to go get the mug, but it, you know, at least you have a shot at winning. Look at the dogs right now. Hey, Blue, Chloe. Look at Chloe like peering up over that thing. Chloe. Shut up, Dre. All right, so it's Candalee Woodward Stone and Tracy. Sorry, losers. God, you're so mean, Zozo. Man, I should throw Zozo in prison here. Where is that damn thing? Or how do I do this? Hold on. How do I do it? I'm not. You don't have to do anything. I'm just. Oh wait, not that one. I have all these different things. How do I put the... I gotta figure out how to do this again. Let me see how to do this. Hold on a second. I'm trying to remember. Is it this one? Oh, there you go. She's in prison right now. Okay? Do you see that? And nobody is gonna get her out. That's the greatest part. Don't you like this one right here? Oh wait, that's Blue. Well, he needs to go in there sometimes when he barks. I gotta remember that one. This is the one from Halloween. Now he's sitting on my lap. Hey, buddy, how's it going? How's it going, buddy? Wow. Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you for being here tonight. And we will see you guys tomorrow. And hopefully there'll be some updates on some of these cases. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. Hopefully I'm not feeling... this one feels like it's hitting me a little bit more than some of the other times I got the shots. But we'll see you guys tomorrow. Be safe out there. And a 2 and a 3 and a 4. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen
What's
one
going
person
on?
that is a...
Are you trying to imitate me?
crime dissector, plug rejector,
Uncertified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher.
If you try to play me like a whole projector.
Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector. Why you guys doing my spot?
And I'm always gonna be a pup protector, fool deflector, interceptor.
And I'll meet him in a specter with a vector.
On his pector, with all respect, y'all. Just remember I've a temple fucking check ya.
I have no agenda, I am a tender.
And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender.
Alright!
Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. Alright, everybody? Talk to you.
Alright, everybody, thank you so much. Now, what do you guys think about if I was a...
Hey, what in the hell are you talking about? We're not... The show's over now, okay, Mary Lou?
Gosh, Gray, that's really mean. I wanted to say a lot more stuff now. I wanted to talk about that one case. Remember the one with...
No, I do not want you to talk about it anymore. We are all done for tonight, okay? So, good night, everybody, and, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Gosh, Gray, that's so mean.
Wow, are you really that upset, Mary Lou?
No, not really. Hey, see you guys later.
Ah, tricked again. She tricked me again. Dang. All right, you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And be safe out there. Oh, that's okay, Regina. I came back. You guys are like, wait, what's going on? But that's okay, Regina. I was just goofing around. But anyways,